giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we mean to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river.
Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. And we will now take the contribution of the honorable member, Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams. Yes, I said, honorable member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stand to make my contribution on Budget 2023, I wish to place on record my observations as well as that of others. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the most underwhelming part of this budget are the measures. Some measures, Mr. Speaker, will have no impact on the current situation, as they are merely being continued. As such, Mr. Speaker, their benefits are already being enjoyed. These measures relate to the maintenance of zero excise tax on fuel and the use of pre-COVID rates for the calculation of applicable customs duties and taxes. Some measures will be of little to no interest to the poor and low-income earners. With the level of withdrawal expected from the Natural Resources Fund, Mr. Speaker, the government could have moved the threshold to at least $150,000. whilst keeping the 1/3 of the gross income. Many of the members of the discipline services and the health sector who are beneficiaries of the elevated salaries payable to them from January 1 will not be amused with this threshold change. Mr. Speaker, the lack of originality in Budget 2023 is evident from the introduction, which bears an eerie resemblance of Budget 2028, if you look at the two. Not complaining, Mr. Speaker, just highlighting that appropriate recognition is due. However, Mr. Speaker, this seems to be a familiar pattern, as for example, the recent signing on an operational agreement for the Natural Resources Fund, without referencing that what was being signed was an updated version of the agreement signed in December 2019 between the former finance minister and the governor. Mr. Speaker, let me pause here now to examine the theme of this budget. Improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. After reading this theme over and over and giving it a careful thought, Mr. Speaker, I ask myself the question, is this the case for the people of Caneview in Mocha? Mr. Speaker, who recently experienced the worst treatment meted out to them as human beings when their place of abode was destroyed by an excavator, Mr. Speaker? Surely, Mr. Speaker, this cannot be the case of improving their lives for a better tomorrow. Placing myself in their shoes, Mr. Speaker, I definitely cannot agree to the theme as presented for this year's budget. If I had my way, Mr. Speaker, I would rewrite the theme for this budget. And the theme would be destroying lives today for the benefit and prosperity of a few. Destroying lives today for the benefit and prosperity of a few. I also wish to repeat the words of a song written by the people of Mocha that was seen circulating on the media, social media. I will not sing it because it's not appropriate to do so. With impunity, you destroyed our homes, killed our livestock. You have brought us to our knees while you regularize our other squatters in Region 3. Where is the equality? You demolish our homes, bury our livestock alive, homeless and destitute and robbed. Still, you not done, you took my job. Where is the love? And I would add, where is the one Guyana? Mr. Speaker, in his book entitled Reflection on Happiness and Positivity, pages 14, Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum said, the Crown Prince of Dubai, because we are aiming to become little Dubai, who became the Prime Minister of UAE in 2006, when he was interviewed, said, he was asked the question, how much will he spend on happiness programs? He answered, and I quote, happiness does not fall under programs that are separate from the government's daily work. Happiness is the focus of government work, and the government's entire budget must be considered as dedicated to achieving the happiness of our people. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, if only we can recognize and accept that the effect of happiness has on health and the savings that the government can make when the society is healthy, then surely a government that asserts itself as caring will not hesitate to spend more money on its human resource. In this case, Mr. Speaker, will be our public servants, our teachers, our nurses, soldiers, policemen and women, our tushos, our mayors, doctors, our pensioners, our differently abled, just to name a few. We can only imagine, Mr. Speaker, the spiral growth in the economy and productivity as a result of spending more monies on our people. These, Mr. Speaker, are estimated to be worth billions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, investing in our people to make them comfortable and happy should not only be seen as a cost, but as a wealth for the country. I therefore call on this government to step on the accelerator, Mr. Speaker, and increase the salaries and wages of our public servants to a minimum livable income. Mr. Speaker, monies should no longer be seen as a problem since the budget becomes bigger and bigger every year. The budget for this year is $781.9 billion. The only problem here, Mr. Speaker, is the PPP. Money is not the problem. The problem here is the PPP, who in their discriminatory and haphazard manner continues to dole out cash grant here and a cash grant there, here a cash, everywhere is cash grant. Mr. Speaker, we on the opposition would like to propose a people-centered vision of development for cash grants. We are not against cash grants. We must see cash grants as a mechanism with multiple uses. We believe that when structured effectively and delivered in a predictable manner, citizens' lives can be transformed. To that end, rather than employing people on a part-time basis for $50,000 a month, as the government does presently, they should receive the $50,000 as a student stipend while they study and train. This will swiftly empower the Guyanese workforce with the required tools to take advantage of the economy's opportunities. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that cash grants for business development are vital. If we intend to take small businesses seriously, we will massively increase both the allocations to agencies like the Small Business Bureau and increase the size of grants received from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. This will allow small businesses to hire employees and bring new products to the market. With that said, Mr. Speaker, the problem here is not the cash grant. Again, it is the PPP. The PPP parades around Guyana with loud claims of inclusiveness and oneness. But, sir, the reality is totally different from what they are chanting. There are numerous examples of the level of discrimination which was being highlighted by most of my colleagues who spoke before me. Case in point, Mr. Speaker, the PPP boasted of giving $25,000 to hinterland and riverine communities, and in constituency 9 in Bartica, if you listen, you will learn. They literally distributed that $25,000 only to the part of that constituency that they considered voted for them, while completely neglecting all other residents in the same constituency, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, the cash grant is not the problem. The problem here is the PPP. How can the government hand out only $25,000 to the hinterland people when the cost of living is far more greater or higher than that on the coastland? While those living on the coastland, I'm not saying that they should not have gotten it. Some of them got 50,000, some of them got 150,000, and some of them got more. Tell me, Mr. Speaker, how can this be one Guyana? I therefore say to this government, step on the accelerator and start distributing the resources of this country in an equitable manner to all the citizens. And I will not stand here and pretend it's just at the level of the central, Mr. Speaker, but it reeks also at the local level too. To date, not one single major project has been done in Bartica, Middle or Upper Mazruni, since the PPP took office. Mr. Speaker, the residents are left only to enjoy what the APNU-AFC did. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to thank the APNU-AFC for all that they did for the residents of Region 7 as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Patterson, Honorable Member, for the power station at Bartica. The solar farm, the Bartica Stelling, the generator for Cameron. Thank you, Honorable Member Valder Lawrence, for the CT scan machine at Bartica Hospital, the extension of Cameron Hospital, which is yet to be furnished by this government. Thank you for the doctors' quarters that were built in Cameron, Jawala, Kako, and Philippi, who are yet to receive their residents' doctors unto this day. Thanks to the APNU-AFC for the Magistrate Court in Bartica. Thank you for the 21 three-bedroom houses that were built in the Upper Mazruni in villages of Waramadang, Kwebanang, Kamarang, Warwata, Kako, and Jawala. Thank you for the new primary schools that were built in Parima, and my honorable colleague, Mr. Lee, can attest to that. Kamarang, Imbaimadai, Kako, and Etwimbang. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind this House and citizens of Guyana that we in the APNU AFC, recognizing the wide gap between the hinterland and the coastland, began to establish radio stations, Mr. Speaker. Radio stations at Oriala, Madhya, Lethem, Bartika, Aishalton, and Mabaruma, so as to ensure that our indigenous peoples were informed about what was happening around them. Thank you, Kati, the honorable member, for the 170 plus ICT hubs that were established at the schools, community centers, RDC boardrooms, and offices. Mr. Speaker, had we remained in office, by now all our remote schools would have been connected. We built and acquired all these buildings within a period of 2 years, Mr. Speaker, with no oil money or carbon credits. Mr. Speaker, no new schools have been built. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat for that comrade. Had we remained in office, by now all our schools would have been connected, all our remote schools. To date, no schools have been built by this government in my region that I know of. However, Mr. Speaker, I must mention, and I wish to commend the Minister of Education, Mrs. Priya Manikchan, honorable member, for sticking to her portfolio and for defending her budget passionately yesterday. Thank you, honorable member, for the new secondary school that will be built in Jawala. This definitely will ease the overcrowded classrooms at the Desiree Caesar Fox Secondary School. I will repeat, this definitely will ease the overcrowded classroom at the Desiree Fox Secondary School and the overcrowded dormitories where students of grades 7 and 8 have to be accommodated in a separate building away from the complex, which can cause security concerns. Added to that, children do not attend class due to the to accept honorable invitation, which this house, along with education. I also wish to mention this house, children so that they can at present they would have to pass across the river to attend classes in a church building. Smith. There is a military block. On your accelerator and build a new school amenities for our indigenous children in this part of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I can recall the Honorable Member Nigel Dharamlal during one of his budget presentations for 2021 or 2022, whichever is correct, when speaking about the road projects that were to be done in my region, pointing towards my direction saying, MP Hastings can now jump on her ATV and ride home to Kako from Cameron. 2 years have passed, Mr. Speaker, and I am yet to jump on my ATV to ride home. Mr. Speaker, I can go on with the list of projects that were promised in 2021 and 2022 budgets that have not been honored unto this day. Again, I call on the government to step on the accelerator and get busy with building proper roads and establish ICT hubs and provide every hinterland and remote villages with access to internet so that no indigenous boy or girl be left behind. I wish to note here, Mr. Speaker, the call for a new social contract, as was echoed in the theme used to observe the International Day of World's Indigenous People, and I state, leaving no one behind, indigenous peoples, and the call for a new social contract. Social contract, which is an unwritten contract, must be honored when it comes to our indigenous peoples. They too have a right, Mr. Speaker, as any other Guyanese, to enjoy the quality of life and economic security. To this date, the indigenous peoples of this land is still considered as the most vulnerable population when it comes to economic insecurity and sustainable development. A caring and a competent government will put in place systems to ensure that every citizen is protected or can recover quickly from economic crisis. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the rate of inflation can very well affect individuals who are living above the poverty line now, when suddenly they find themselves in economic crisis and poverty, should they experience a shock and are unable to recover. So we have to put systems in place to avoid same. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I wish to salute and recognize in this honorable house the two Shaws of the Upper Mazaruni who took the government to court 20+ years ago to fight for their rights, for their ancestral lands to be recognized. I am so proud of them and wish to thank the attorneys and other persons or organizations who were involved in making this history. I remain a proud Akawayo daughter of that soil. The recent ruling of the High Court has empowered the Arikunas and the Akawayos and can now move forward in their consultations and discussions in the development of their lands. Mr. Speaker, the NTC conference was reconvened in 2022, but this time under a different circumstance. The indigenous members of parliament from the opposition side were not even extended the courtesy to attend. The former chairman of the NTC and other council members were nowhere present to do a proper handing over of which the NTC is accustomed to do over the years. Where is the transparency and inclusivity that this government is talking about, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I also wish to rebut to the Minister of Agriculture, who stood in this House to say that 7,000 sugar workers were fired under the APNU AFC. I'm asking him to lay the data that supports this figure. We need a data to support that figure of 7,000 sugar workers being fired under the APNU AFC. Unless, Mr. Speaker, he is talking about the sugar workers that were fired prior to 2015, because we all know that some sugar estates were closed during that time. Mr. Speaker, I am happy, and the indigenous people of this country are happy to see that some monies have been allocated to the tune of 124 million for the celebration of heritage, 4.7 billion allocated for Amerindian development programs, and 2.7 for entrepreneurship and other programs. We should encourage our Amerindian village councils to plan their village development plans in time when we are also budgeting for the entire budget. They should not wait until the budget is passed to plan their village council plans, or what we call AVCs. We must train our CSOs. We must train our Amerindian village leaders so that they too can be a part of the consultations and the consultations of the budget, so that as soon as the budget is passed, they must be able to start working on their village plans. Why I say this, Mr. Speaker? Because if I'm going to ask the minister now to submit to this House how many village plans has she received for this year's budget, I'm quite sure she will not be able to give me that accurate figure, for I know some communities have not even started their village plans. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, we are happy for the monies that are allocated for the indigenous peoples. We're asking that they be
Try again, try again. Normally when this happens, we have to check on the desk by the chief whip for the opposition. We're asking the technician to come down so that this very good presentation by the honorable member could be concluded.
Testing, testing.
I'm speaking from past experience.
This one? Testing.
Honorable member, you could also close from your seat. Go ahead, Honorable. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, bigger the budget doesn't necessarily mean that we will have a better quality of life. If spent in an equitable, in a transparent and an accountable manner, indeed, the people of this country will enjoy a good and a better life. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that I really cannot support the budget in its forms. I really cannot support the budget as how it is presented, and I do not commend that this budget be taken in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. My apologies for the mic at the podium. Seem to be having some signal issues. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Amerindian Affairs, the Honorable Pauline Sukai, to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise to support the motion for the approval of the budget estimates of the public sector for the financial year 2023. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest budget in Guyana's history, and under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali and the PPPC-led government. This budget will meet the immediate needs of our nation while securing the future of the Guyanese people. It cements the gaps to realizing a one Guyana. As such, this budget could not be presented under a more appropriate theme than improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, permit me the opportunity to congratulate the senior minister within the office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashni Singh, and his team from the Ministry of Finance for the thorough work done leading to the successful presentation of the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, upon the return to office, the PPP civic government met a plethora of issues that affected our indigenous peoples. These range from an indiscriminate neglect and stagnant village economy, all the way to the pause of land tenure activities for our first people. The inclusive and progressive part of this government has sought to propel the rights of our Amerindian brothers and sisters to greater limits. This budget promotes a transformative path which is emanated in the absence of new taxes, while focusing on promoting incentives that seeks to enhance the lives of our Guyanese people in the most progressive way. It is against this background, Mr. Speaker, that the budgetary allocation to Amerindian and hinterland development will be presented. Mr. Speaker, the budget 2023 has allocated a capital allocation of $4.7 billion towards the continued development of livelihood of our Amerindians. This is in furtherance to other major allocations in the health sector, education sector, infrastructure, social services, which directly translates to the increased standard of living of our Indigenous citizens in every region of our beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I need to respond to the previous speaker. Since the previous speaker, Mr. Speaker, only spoke about Region 7. Apparently, Mr. Speaker, in all the years that the Honorable Member Don Hastings served as a member of Parliament representing Amerindians in this Parliament, she's never found the time to adequately, and I say adequately, visit any of the other regions to understand the challenges or the progress taking place there. And so in response to her diatribe on Region 7, I wish to say that in Region 7, more than $100 million were invested in 2022. Some 700 residents of Camarang in Region 7 are benefiting from a new $45 million water system funded by the PPP civic government. As a result, after more than 20 years, even when Honorable Don Hastings' government was in office, there was the constant complaint by the residents of Camarang about the poor supply of water. We have corrected that. The drilling of new wells in Jawala in Region 7 to the tune of $40 million will provide central Jawala with water, pure and safe water. Mr. Speaker, the completion of another water system in Kurutuku. Mr. Speaker, this investment is not only in the water sector, but it also extends, as I said a few paragraphs above in my delivery of my presentation, that education, health, infrastructure, social services, and attention to the village economies of the indigenous villages and the hinterland communities were all addressed during the period of the PPP civic government from 92 to 2015. From 2020 to current, we have a vested interest in ensuring that the hinterland and the Amerindian villages which populate the hinterland gets the benefit of the country's resources under our government. Remind me, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that there was a presentation earlier in the week which accused the PPP civic government of providing contracts to only family and friends. Well, we are very happy that the Honorable MP Don Hastings' spouse is a friend of ours, and so he continues to receive contracts under our government. Mr. Speaker, as a reminder, under the APNU-AFC-led government, during the period of 2015 to 2020, the land tenure for Amerindians was simply not a priority. And I repeat that the land tenure for Amerindians were simply not a priority. Mr. Speaker, upon our resumption of office, the PPP civic government has reaffirmed its commitment towards ensuring the fulfillment of our manifesto commitment and our governmental obligation to ensure that we complete the land tenure project, which will benefit numerous Amerindian villages when it's concluded. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Vincent Henry presentation attempted to demonstrate effective government by the APNU-AFC. He chose a very poor example while trying to assume credit for titling and demarcation. And he listed a number of communities. He listed Mainstay, Mashabo, Kapui, Yupukari, but he lacked understanding of the process of land titling. Setting the record straight, Mr. Speaker, Mainstay, Mashabo, Kapui, and Yupukari were titled since in the 90s. So there was no need for the APNU-AFC government to title them again. I suppose the honorable member was referring to the extension which they had applied for. I want to lay the facts. And what are the facts? It's the PPP civic government which committed $10.6 million from the Guyana Agreement with the Kingdom of Norway, made possible through the LCDS. It was the PPP civic government which established the Amerindian Land Titling Unit during our tenure to execute the land titling project for lands for Amerindians. Mr. Speaker, the misinformation shared in this House yesterday, it was the MOAA, or the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, which commenced processing the application for land extension for Mainstay, Mashabo, Kapui, and Yupukari. And only early last year, Mr. Speaker, myself, Minister Zulfi, Minister Vikram, we all visited Kapui, Mashabo. We had a review of the investigative report which we left when we left in 2015, and it was only recently they received their extension and they're up on the list for demarcation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member actually forgot that there was a no confidence motion presented in the Parliament. And that no confidence motion, Mr. Speaker, will not be used or will never be used to justify why they did not title Amerindian lands when they were there. They failed to process application for Rockstone and Parabara. And this year, before the first quarter, again, a number of ministers will travel to those areas to revisit the old investigative report which the PPP Civic finished in May. In fact, the ALT team was active in May while election was going on, the campaign, including the election. And we will revisit that old investigative report which the APNU-AFC failed to act on, and we will see that the recommendations or the findings will bring a conclusion to both Parabara and Rockstone. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, yesterday, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, was chastised for mentioning at some point in time that no lands were awarded during the APNU AFC period in government. However, Mr. Speaker, please permit me to quote from Newsroom article of May 30th, 2018, entitled, "I have not been able to title any village, Mr. Alicock, Minister Alicock." And I quote, Minister of IPA, and that's Indigenous Peoples Affairs, Sidney Alicock, has admitted that in 3 years, his ministry has not issued any title to Amerindian communities. And this is in 2018. Quoting again, speaking to reporters, Minister Alicock expressed, and I quote, "I have not been able to title any village because," and he was speaking like a sweet boy, "because we want to do things that are truly reflected in the free, prior, and informed process." The Amerindian land titling project was slated to end in 2016, and I'm still quoting from the article. But since the ministry made no progress, they were granted an extension of 2 years. However, and he's speaking again, he's speaking to the press, and I'm quoting, "However, little progress has been made since then, and the new deadline is now October 2018. Further quoting, Minister Alicock said he will be making a request for another extension by writing to the Ministry of the Presidency,
Shame on you.
which will then communicate with representatives in Norway.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
The Honorable Mr. Vincent Henry and the APNU AFC has no moral standing to speak about effective government, nor taking credit for land extensions to Amerindian villages. They failed the Amerindian miserably. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this Honorable House that the PPP civic government will continue to support the Amerindian land titling project. Just under 2 years, the MOAA demarcated 7 villages and issued 5 COT, Certificate of Titles to Villages. In addition to this, the ministry has completed revision of 23 investigative reports to date, and we will act on them. We will not sit down for 5 years and watch them on the shelves. The government will further support the ALT program through the allocation of 500 million to advance Amerindian land titling activities to further safeguard and improve the security of land tenure enjoyed by Amerindian peoples. And as such, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs will be pursuing 19 demarcation and 11 land extension in 2023, far more than 0, which the APNU AFC government performed or delivered to the Amerindians.
Shame on you.
Shame. Shame on you. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, I heard ramblings about a court case. Mr. Speaker, I want to set the record straight that from 1966 to 1992, the PNC was in office. They did nothing to title Amerindian lands for the first people of our country. From 1995 to 2020, the current minister then, confirmed to the press and the public and to the committee, the parliamentary committee, that there was 0 titling for Amerindian. during his period. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC broken record that the CSO were dismissed by the PPP civic government is an old argument in an attempt to clear their conscience. It was the APNU AFC government which dismissed the young Amerindians. So no amount of justification will erase the hurt they inflicted on Amerindian youths. The APNU AFC paid the price for this wrong on the young people in the election of 2020, and I say no more. The government of Guyana remains committed to youth empowerment and development with nationwide initiatives such as the Gold Scholarship. Today, youths have a plethora of opportunities at their fingertips for academic growth. This is being complemented by the ongoing efforts of the PPP civic government to bridge the digital gap between the hinterland and the coast through the government reinstated ICT access and e-services for hinterland, poor and remote communities project under the ambit of the Prime Minister's office. I heard in this house just now that more than 100 ICT hubs were installed under the APNU AFC government. Mr. Speaker, every village you go to, even the Honorable Cox complained about it, that there is weak, poor, and non-existent internet service. It is limiting to the young people of the hinterland to access comfortably, adequately, the opportunities that abound. However, Mr. Speaker, they didn't tell the whole story because those who are now working in the reinstated project or the ICT Hub project has discovered that all the equipment, the laptops, the batteries and accessories were stored in a bond in diamond for 5 years without being touched, denying the Amerindians of connectivity and internet connectivity and computer literacy. That was absolutely disgraceful, shameful, and you talk about effective government? What is effective about that?
Honorable Minister, you have to take out shameful. Disgraceful, shameful can work.
As of 2020, 90 hubs have been completed and 75 have been fully equipped and functional. Mr. Speaker, this is what you call effective government. In less than 2 years, we're up and about doing what a responsible government should be doing. This year, 500 million has been allocated in budget 2023 for the construction or the continued construction of internet facilities and equipping those hubs. In 2015, when the PPP Civic left office, may I remind the honorable members on the other side that there were 1,972 CSO officers who were dismissed. Mr. Speaker, what did that mean to the Amerindians? It meant annually that they were deprived of $700 million from their pockets. Over the 5 years of the APNU AFC government, they denied those young Amerindians $3.6 billion. This is grievously disappointing. Tell me you like and care for Amerindians? Mr. Speaker, they will forever have to live with that on their conscience. On assuming office, we address the matter and we address the manifesto promises to the young people of the hinterland. and we have reinstated that project. Today, we have 2,500 young people fully engaged again, receiving an income so that they can assist to put food on their tables, whether it's for themselves or their extended families. Mr. Speaker, Amerindian youths were trained in computer literacy. These youths have returned to their respective villages in anticipation to manage and support the ICT project being executed by the Office of the Prime Minister. Further, 160 young Amerindians were trained in solar installation and maintenance and have also returned to be prepared for when the household solar unit project gets underway. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Housing and Water has invested more than $2 billion in water system in the hinterland. And in 2023, $1.4 billion has been allocated. And in anticipation of that, the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs and the Ministry of Housing and Water has already signed earlier an MOU where 466 young people will be trained to operate and manage those systems. Further, Mr. Speaker, 720 Amerindian youths were trained in several other areas. Maintenance, and I'll just list a few. Maintenance of small engines, 125. Mr. Speaker, training in computer literacy, 151. Training in garment construction, 129. What a small number, but you have to look at the big picture. Goal has trained, in addition to more than about 2,000 young Amerindians under their program. BIP has trained, and the numbers were shared in this House on the first day when the minister spoke about the program and the training in the hinterland. Scholarships are being awarded to Amerindian students at the university and at the secondary level. Mr. Speaker, it is not about the numbers. This is the initiative and the projects that are conducted by a single sector, the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs. Mr. Speaker, let's now turn ourselves to some other matters. The APNU AFC speaks about reckless spending and mismanagement of funds. And in fact, I heard yesterday that the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs in 2015 could not account for $1.2 million. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to their legacy of unaccountability. In 2016, the AG report, page 108, provides details of spending an amount of $1.3 billion, for which no progress report was presented for audit. And in the paragraph of that same report, 235 paragraph states, the AG report could not determine whether the funds were utilized for the intended purposes. No accountability. Mr. Speaker, the following year, in 2017, the Stabroek News reported on the Auditor General finding of lack of accountability for over 1.5 spent by the Indigenous Peoples Affairs Ministry. The Guyana Times headline screamed, Indigenous Peoples Affairs Ministry cannot account for 865 million AG. On checking the AG report for verification, the report of 2017 at paragraph 282, it is once more again validated, and I quote, it could not be determined whether the funds were utilized for the intended purposes. Mr. Speaker, and this is the legacy for the 5 years, no accountability. And that is why when we were not in office, but we traveled extensively as MPs, every community spoke about neglect, no transportation, no support for school children, no gasoline for the river and school children, nothing. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly gross accountability by the APNU AFC government and their operatives in the then Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs. Economic development with local village economies remain a priority for the PPP civic government. We will continue to provide the resources to transform and develop village economies, for them to prosper economically and to bridge the gap which challenges our government as well as the local beneficiaries in maintaining and sustaining livelihood activities in an inclusive and transparent manner, contributing to the transformation of the hinterland communities and Amerindian villages. In 2023, the ADF, or the Amerindian Development Fund, has been allocated $2.7 billion to cater for further support investment for training in tourism and hospitality, business development plans, etc. This is laying the foundation for some of the economic projects and activities that will flourish over the period ahead. Yesterday, we also heard another member stomping his chest about land being allocated to construct the NTC Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to a headline in Guyana Times, July 21st, 2018. Government reneges and promised NTC headquarters land. After issuing a 50-year lease, Mr. Speaker, they canceled it. They canceled it. Mr. Speaker, the National Tushao Council, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I have all the articles here ready to hand over to the Speaker, well enveloped, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the National Tushao Council will have to wait somewhat longer for a plot of land to construct a secretariat complex. After government on Thursday announced it has scrapped plans to issue a plot of land to Sophia, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, it was only after a rigorous representation by the then executive of the NTC that forced the identification of another plot of land in Sophia in the vicinity of the Amerindian Heritage Village located in the compound of the National Exhibition Center was really provided after a rigorous representation. Mr. Speaker, so when the honorable members want to beat their chests about the APNU AFC providing land for NTC Secretariat, the full story must be told, since it is my understanding that the lease for the initial plot of land was cancelled and disposed by sale to their friends so that they can retain it, their friends and cronies.
Tell us about the building. Tell us about the building.
It is the PPP civic government which has made it possible for the beautifully designed NTC Secretariat, which was described yesterday, which include offices, conference halls, and accommodation facilities. The construction is currently in progress and is slated to be completed by the first quarter of 2023. This year's budget provides an allocation of $70 million, which includes $20 million for furnishing. The total sum allocation for the full completion of this secretariat is $127 million for the building and $20 million for the furnishing. A total of $147 million. Nothing was granted in your time towards the NTC. When the NTC conference is to be held this year, the indigenous leaders will be able to utilize this secretariat. This year, an allocation of $91 million is allocated for the hosting of that meeting. Mr. Speaker, there were talks about how the conference last year was influenced by the government, by the minister, and the leaders were held hostage. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you that the last NTC meeting, which was held by the APNU AFC government, my colleague on the other side, the deputy speaker of this house, had to protest and even wrote an article saying that we are not the girlfriends of the minister, so don't come visit us in the evenings, because the ministers paid no attention to the issues, the challenges, the concerns of the leaders who came to the city to represent their people. Remember that? Remember the NTC writing a letter to the leader of the opposition asking for the former minister, Keith Scott. He's not here with us, but a letter was sent to the leader of the then government asking for an apology. In fact, a member sitting right here decided that there's not going to be any apology. We have done nothing and said nothing wrong, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, their memories are short, but I will proceed. Mr. Speaker, I wish to point out also that the NTC has endorsed this budget. Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote, and I have here also the NTC endorsement press release. This budget, and I quote, this budget, the largest in Guyana history, shows the government's commitment to the continued upliftment and improvement of the lives of all Guyanese, especially the first people, the NTC said. All of these interventions, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, all of these interventions and more show the government's commitment to fulfilling its manifesto promises, while at the same time bridging the gap between the coast and hinterland.
Honorable Minister, your time has expired by 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleague, I'd love to give her another hour to speak, but I leave it up to you to decide the time for my colleague to let her conclude her presentation. It is time that history is corrected.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Thanks to my assistant timekeepers for reminding me about time. Honorable Minister, you may continue to conclude in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I remind this House also that there is an endorsement by the NTC for the expanded LCDS 2030. Mr. Speaker, and I quote from that resolution, which was passed by the NTC, and I quote by reading, 1, recognizing that the central tenets of the LCDS 2030, like the LCDS 2009, involves community benefiting from the revenues earned from all sale of forest carbon services, where the LCDS 2030 sets out new opportunities for new revenues. 2, agrees with Guyana's national approach of engaging with forest carbon financing and is aimed at bringing benefits to Guyanese, and particularly indigenous villages and communities. 3, the NTC recognized that the extensive national scale and community-based consultation conducted over the past 7 months have informed the main aspects of the LCDS 2030, recognizing the commitment to FPIC in Guyana's LCDS 2030, bringing to rest the criticism that is repetitive on the other side about consultation and FPIC. There you have the legally constituted body of the leaders of the Amerindians endorsing the LCDS and also the sale of carbon credits. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all the direct and usual programs of the ministry, I must say that out of the LCDS 2030, 15% of all revenue received from the sale of carbon credits is going towards projects for village sustainability, currently being undertaken by the villages. Mr. Speaker, the Amerindian Act, $80 million is allocated this year to directly consult with the Amerindian villages and their people. Mr. Speaker, training. I heard the request for training. Over the period of the APNU 5-year, there was no training. Training was resumed in 2021, 2022, and again, another sum has been provided in this current budget for training of Tushaus. Mr. Speaker, women culture, and language revival. These are important to the lives and the identity of the indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, $205 million will be allocated to address women, culture, and language revival. Mr. Speaker, I would wish to go on and on. However, I want to also say that our government provided more than 200 tractors to address food security improvements, to expand cultivation in the hinterland and Amerindian communities, and to contribute to the national drive to making Guyana food secure and the food basket for the region. Mr. Speaker, they talk about transportation for school children. Long before they came into office in 2015 to 2020, our government provided 38 minibuses in the hinterland. When we came back into office, we have already been providing transportation, both land and water, to the school children. Mr. Speaker, even leaders who were denied ATV to traverse to do administrative work and to use it as a tool to move about in the region was denied. And I am proud and with pride to say that every village in Region 8 in the North Pacorimas now have ATVs. Even Wiper, one of the farthest village, has a Land Cruiser to transport the few secondary school students who has to go to the Paramakatai Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is up, and I would love to have had 2 hours to share with this House the achievements of my government and the projected and expected achievements for the year and the rest of the term and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I endorse this budget for approval.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Minister of Amerindian Affairs, Minister Pauline Sukhai. And now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond. Honorable Minister, you may take the podium and proceed. Yes, Honorable Member, I'll start you at 355.07.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As I rise to make my contribution to budget debate of 2023, I will immediately move to do the parliamentary business of close to half and arguably more than half of the Guyanese population at this stage with the current state of affairs in our dear land. Sir, please permit me to declare my gratitude for my family and close friends who continue to support me and to provide the necessary strength which has become a daily occupational requirement. To my mom who is online, I love you. As we look around at the decay before us due to poor governance, most of us are horrified and worried about the current state of affairs. I extend great appreciation to the public servants who have worked tirelessly to complete the technical work that produces a budget. For that reason, your efforts are humbly recognized and appreciated. In this same breath, Mr. Speaker, I extend special recognition to the men and women who protect us on a daily basis, to our soldiers, our prison officers, our firefighters, our policemen and women, and all those honorable men and women within the security sector, and all those frontline workers. Hold firm, the coalition will be back to deliver the good life. Sir, this represents my fourth presentation of this nature, and in the capacity of which I hold. And on every occasion of budget presentations by the government, I have maintained several themes. First, sir, there must be competent leadership at the Ministry of Home Affairs. I don't see my friend here, and that's an indication of what I'm speaking about. Public security is serious business, and it demands leadership. I will emphasize that if we continue to ignore the immense incompetence that sits in the chair of Brickdam, we will never be able, sir, we will never be able to arrest the serious decline in public security. Honorable Minister Ben, who is here, in his previous ministerial appointment, picked up a certain name, and from his performance to date, it appears that he intends to continue in that vein in the security sector, to not only demolish the homes in Maka, but the coalition's effective plans and programs that were in place to reduce crime and to make the citizens of this country safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, public security must be reimagined in this new oil and gas paradigm. It must be considered at the cabinet level and a national stakeholder level. It is way too complex, from the Guyana-Venezuela territorial controversy to the youth on the streets whose survival is a daily challenge. The country's security situation has reached its lowest ebbs, Mr. Speaker. So public security in the context of a polarized society must be based on two key considerations: economic security and the general security of all members of society. Mr. Speaker, I take no pleasure in reporting that none of these themes have been addressed in Budget 2023. And as a consequence, I cannot in good conscience lend any hint of support to certain aspects of the budget. And when I say that, there are certain aspects of the budget that are good, and I will support those aspects. But sir, we are in serious trouble. Choke and rob is a daily norm. It happens every second, and the minister is aware of this. It has become so prevalent that Guyanese simply cannot walk past as their fellow citizens are being robbed in plain view. The gunmen have become so bold, Mr. Speaker, they jump out of the car and they pump bullets in their victims. And when citizens alert the police about this, what has just occurred, they respond by saying, "We have the car number." The gunmen are walking into homes and they are executing their victims in the full view of their families. This is public security under the People's Progressive Party. It is the wild, wild west. Families can no longer go out for a peaceful seawall walk. Nobody knows what or who is next. We are at the lowest ebb, and in comparison to the coalition term in office, Mr. Speaker, you would recall that under the coalition that people were safe and secure and that crime was on the decline. This is an indisputable fact, and you can heckle as much as you want. There are no more metal detectors at the night spot. Weapons are seen bulging from the waist of patrons at various night spots. The PPP budgets have always been about brick and mortar, and human development always takes a backseat. And if you look around, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that there are several private security firms in operation. And we must ask ourselves why. And the answer is simple. It's an indication of the people's lack of confidence in the state to provide security. This is an undisputable fact. The number of high-powered weapons in the street is another worrying concern. We will recall the most recent discovery of the 2 high-powered rifles in a bag. Another complaint we've received, Mr. Speaker, is the ease in which firearm licenses are acquired. Reports we have received indicate that for a small fee with no background check, Mr. Speaker, these licenses are granted. Mr. Speaker, sirens blaze through the town with zero accountability. Many of these vehicles are illegally equipped with flashing lights and sirens. Honorable Minister Ben, what are your plans to address this nightmare of a situation? It is absolute lawlessness and chaos. It is an absolute nightmare to drive where out of nowhere these vehicles illegally use these sirens and flashing lights to push you off the road. And this is something that happens on a daily basis. And I say to the Honorable Minister, familiarize yourself with the provisions of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. Your colleagues who are heckling can provide you with a section. And I say to you, it is illegal for these private vehicles to be outfitted with sirens and flashing lights. Citizens like myself no longer know the difference between legitimate security vehicles and private vehicles. Lawlessness, Mr. Speaker, has gripped this dear land of ours. Sir, just like the Gotham City, we are in the stranglehold of the Joker and his gang, and we persistently need a hero. Even our classrooms are not safe. Our teachers are under assault. Businessmen and women are expressing their fears about guns for hire. We are now the land of the many sacred cows who are above the law, and those at the bottom are following the examples of those who are at the top. Law and order has been replaced with lawlessness. Loud music blaze at wee hours in the morning. The people cannot sleep. And this is not only my personal experience. This is the experience of many citizens. In this office, Mr. Speaker, has given away to blatant indecency. Accountability has given away to the carnival of corruption. And I see my friend is shaking his head, and I know he agrees with me. In the midst of the grandiose speeches and unrelenting propaganda, we were promised better public security and performance. But, like we all know, things got worse. Budget 2021 came, and again there were grand speeches and great hype. We were promised better public security and good governance, but things got worse. And this is not only my testimony, this is the testimony of not only the opposition, but the people of Guyana. Budget 2022 came with us like any other budget. There were speeches, propaganda, and no impact. It got worse. Mr. Speaker, here we go again in 2023, and the same thing obtains. And Mr. Speaker, I know many of the other speakers have been quoting, so I will also quote. Albert Einstein told us, and I quote, "Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results." A cursory glance, if you listen to what I've just said, I've quoted Albert Einstein, but it's probably too high up for you to understand. A cursory glance at Budget 2023 reveals that the same methods, same approaches. And Mr. Speaker, this results in insanity. Sir, this budget represents the 4th round of the insanity, which I have already mentioned. This time around, it is presented under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, if there is no economic and security for all lives, lives will not be improved and there will be no tomorrow for many. If the people cannot afford basic necessities, there is no security. When the price of bora, and many of my colleagues have spoken about this, when the price of bora has increased by over 50%, it ought to be difficult to talk about prosperity for all. This budget was presented against the backdrop of high prices at the market. And it leaves a large section of our population with the view that the prosperity of a few is only available to a selected few. Sir, Budget 2023 did not have a situation analysis. Theories or general philosophies that form the honorable gentleman who made this presentation here for over 5 hours. And I say this, for over 5 hours, the people waited to hear how the oil money will make its way to their dinner tables and the lunch kits of their children. But this never happened. It appears, sir, the money has been directed to infrastructure projects. And I wish to state this and place this in record. This is something that we absolutely welcome. We need infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. However, we have to balance that with the well-being and the prosperity of the citizens. Infrastructure, and I state this for emphasis, infrastructure projects are important. I'll now deal with the security allocation. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 has allocated $58.6 billion for public safety and public security, an increase of $7.1 billion. In 2022, the government allocated $51.5 billion for public safety. What did we see? That is the big question. What did we see? What did we experience during this period? In the year 2022, the crime rate by country 2022 report submitted, and I will lay over these reports that I'm citing, Mr. Speaker, that Guyana has the 8th highest crime rate worldwide of 68.7 and a murder rate of 4 times higher than that of the United States. This statistic is from an independent source and did not square with the numbers provided by the Guyana Police Force, who reported on themselves. Sir, I call on the Guyana Police Force to release the resources on data collection. How are these statistics compiled? What methods of sampling is being employed? Do these statistics consider that Guyanese hardly report incidents of crime to the police force? And we cannot, Mr. Speaker, trust this data because it flies in the face of what we experience every day. So, Mr. Speaker, if a $52.5 billion could not make us safe in 2022, it is safe to conclude that $58.6 billion cannot do the trick, with no plans to address these serious issues. Like most of you, I'm reading. And it is safe to conclude that money is not the problem. The problem lies in the lack of economic security, and it's something that you cannot comprehend, and the feeling of general insecurity in this country. Mr. Speaker, the problem is the compromising of the independence of the Ghana Police Force. The World Bank report has reported that Ghana's poverty rate is among highest in Latin America and that of the Caribbean. The IDB has noted that Guyanese live on less than $5. Mr. Speaker, in this sad economic context, any strategy to address public security must rest on targeted poverty reduction programs. So, Mr. Speaker, I refer the members on that side of the House who are clearly at a loss with what I'm talking about to the manifesto of the APNU-AFC. And I know this is a high level of information for you to comprehend, but read page 24. Page 24 is very instructive. Our policy on public security is premised on the consideration of promoting our people's safety. We tie public security to the economic security of our citizens. It is simple. It is simple. If a man cannot find food, he is likely to become a perpetrator of crime. I now turn to the Ghana Police Force, Mr. Speaker. Between the years 2015 to 2020, the coalition government worked assiduously to professionalize the Ghana Police Force. And on August 31st, 2018, President Granger appointed a substantive commissioner of police, one deputy commissioner for administration. one for administration, one for law enforcement, and one for intelligence. And at the ceremony at State House, the head of state declared, and I quote, "Office of Commissioner of Police is not a toy, a trinket, or a tool of political favor or patronage." This declaration, Mr. Speaker, articulated a policy that established a clear constitutional distinction between the Police Directorate and the Ghana Police Force. It reinforces the view the police force must be independent. Mr. Speaker, at that moment, we proceeded on the part of a professionalized police force that has gained the trust and the confidence of the public. And after years, sir, after years on the vice grips of phantoms, ghosts, and the drug underworld, the Ghana police force was returned to some semblance of normalcy. The Police Act is very clear. The force is charged with the prevention and the detection of crime. And I know some of you on the other side of the house would want me to elaborate because it's very hard for you to comprehend. But time will not permit me to do that. But what I'll say, Mr. Speaker, is that the hearts of the past and current officers bleed for the Ghana police force. Incident after incident, the credibility of the force is being called into question. A few in the leadership structure are under the thumb of the political directorate. The men and women under this leadership cannot speak, and they cower in fear. And this is the reality. This is your legacy. Added to this, they are being instructed to make themselves tools of government propaganda. Sir, and these are not strictly the lamentations of the opposition. It is the people of Guyana who are complaining about this. The U.S. State Department, in its report 2021, Country Reports on Human Rights Practices, Guyana, complained that, and I quote, "There were reliable reports that members of the security forces committed abuses. Significant human rights issues included credible reports of unlawful or arbitrary killings, including extrajudicial killings," unquote. And I will submit all of these reports, Mr. Speaker, and I'll say to my colleague that many of your police officers, they are quietly complaining. But I say it, like I've said before, to the men and women, I say to you, be professional, hold the strain, we will be back. In the context of the new oil and gas context, where there is economic and as envisioned by the Constitution. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, I see nothing in this budget that remotely seeks to address these issues. What are your plans, Honorable Minister, besides holding your head to overhaul the police force? How will you strengthen investigative capacity? Is it your long-term plan to always resort to RSS? It must be recalled that under our tenure, there was investigative capacity that was improved by the police force. But we are now back, Mr. Speaker, to being incapable to solve serious crimes. And Mr. Speaker, this is nothing but a sad, sad state of affairs. I'll now turn briefly to the Ghana Fire Service. Mr. Speaker, if there is ever a need to point to the particular area under the Ministry of Home Affairs that reflects the certainty to absolute incompetence, it's the issue of the constant fires. Never in the history of this country we have seen this development. Something is terribly wrong, and there are a lot of conspiracy theories abound. However, Mr. Speaker, I will not venture to engage in these conspiracy theories to besmirch the good reputation of this chamber. I will, however, venture to show a direct link between the incompetence at Brick Dam and the inefficiency of the Ghana Fire Service. Sir, allow me to be clear. They are professional men and women who can get the job done in the system. I have researched this issue, Mr. Speaker, and I've spoken to those who are involved. They are demoralized due to the constant political interference and the lack of a system based on merit. Hardworking and bright young people at the Guyana Fire Service are being pushed to the side and overlooked because they refuse to kiss the ministerial ring. Mr. Speaker, you will recall the issue of the promotion list. You will recall the extension of the contract of someone in leadership who should have been pastured a long time ago. A long time ago, not only because of age, but due to statutory requirements. Sir, the proper management of a ministry does not lie with the ability to be present at every fire and watch the manifestation of your incompetence as you drip in sweat. It lies in the ability to let the system work and stop, absolutely stop the micromanagement. Let the professionals do their work. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, our schools are now a target for arsonists. So the incompetence is having real and far-reaching consequences for us. Sir, in any country of any consequences, the minister would have been sent home a long time ago. It lies in the ability to let the system work, and I say let the system work and stop the micromanaging. Let the professionals do their work. It's what they're trained to do. So, Mr. Speaker, the $2.7 billion which allocated to the Guyana Fire Service in 2022 produced more fire. There's no reason to believe that the $545 million, the $489 million, and the $20 million allocated in 2023 will make any difference. You cannot continue to throw money at incompetence. It will make no difference. It is insanity, absolute insanity. The budget needs to include allocation to send the leadership at breakdown packing. That is the only way to prove it's efficacious. Sir, I'll now briefly turn to immigration and passports. Mr. Speaker, I wish to repeat that Guyana's biggest public security trends remains the issues of economic insecurity. We cannot construct good public security in a nation where a large section of the population feels as if they do not have access to the resources. We cannot talk about public security without addressing the insecurities being felt. So, sir, in that context, we must examine the issue of immigration in the oil-producing Republic of Guyana. National Security Advisor has informed the nation that there are 60,000 Venezuelans currently residing in Guyana. The migration policy has reported that a number of Caribbean nationals entering Guyana has doubled. These statistics and these reports that I'm quoting from will be laid over. And added to this revelation, sir, Guyanese are reporting that they are encountering nationalities from across the globe. And sir, I have no arguments with this. This is understandable, and I don't understand the need for heckling. This will occur because we are being touted as the fastest growing economy in the world. But sir, we on this side of the house, we are cognizant of the fact that we need at least 160,000 workers to reach our potential. This requires a comprehensive immigration policy. So there is immense uncertainty about who has arrived in the land of El Dorado. These numbers are frightening implications for security. There's nothing in this budget, sir, that seeks to ascertain the following. How many foreign nationals are here? How many jobs have been acquired? How many systems are in place to ensure that the nation's national security is not being compromised? What systems are in place to ensure that Guyanese are given the first option for job opportunities? Mr. Speaker, it is a known fact that Guyana possesses a relatively small population in the context of oil and gas, and we may need to source special skills from other places. But the lack of transparency and the lack of a clear and consistent policy by this government have the nation worried. And we need to know, and these are reasonable questions, sir, we need to know, and the people need to know, what category of skills do we require at this juncture? Which foreign nationals have we identified to plug those gaps? How does the policy align with the citizenship Act, the Immigration Act, and the Constitution in general. Budget 2023 should have included a sizable sum for the Bureau of Statistics to embark on data collection to ascertain what is happening with the immigration policy of the country. Sir, the Migration Policy Institute has cautioned that the discovery of oil will lead to an influx of workers. Even though this is needed, we must ensure that Guyanese workers are our #1 priority. And those who are heckling cannot argue that this is an unreasonable request. It is a reasonable request. I now turn briefly, sir, to governance. Every week, the APNU AFC government, we have reported to the Guyanese people on the decisions of cabinet. We reported on contracts and so many more details. Today, there is a complete blackout on information. Members of civil society are writing countless letters to the Minister of Information to get the details on how contracts are awarded. But, sir, there's little success. The government refuses to be transparent. Sir, we all know that good government demands at minimum the availability of information to the people. Nobody knows what are contained in secret contracts that will impact Guyanese for generations. Sir, there's no information available on the large mining contracts. The government refuses to tell us what concessions have been made on behalf of the Guyanese people. Sir, Budget 2023 is being presented in the government context, where the government is openly flouting, and I say this to my colleague, the extractive industry's transparency initiative standards. This has resulted in the EITI reporting on its board's decision to accord a fairly low score to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, all of this poor governance is coupled with the government's lack of interest in listening to the pleas of civil society. In this regard, sir, the government appears to be engineering a plastic civil society that will remain at its beckon and its call. The government, sir, has moved to question the membership and the leadership of civil society groups that provide constructive critique on their programs and their policies. Members of these organizations are being placed on blacklists and ostracized by the government. So, Mr. Speaker, I take no pleasure in reporting that the fear is real. In my efforts to prepare for this presentation, I made contact with a few members of civil society to get a better understanding of their struggles and what they were facing. And I was told in no uncertain terms, with almost gripping hands, not to reveal the names with whom I've spoken with. The fear of retribution from this government is real, Mr. Speaker. And the government policy of government appears to be, you will have your say, but we will have our way. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to re-emphasize that this $781.9 billion budget will amount to nothing if there is no attempt to ensure economic security for the Guyanese people. And this is a real concern, sir. It cannot be taken lightly. It cannot be taken lightly. You have to measure all these measures that you're placing in the budget to ensure that there is economic security for the less vulnerable. So, Mr. Speaker, we have seen for the last 3 years what destructive government looks like and how it can negatively impact our lives. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a deception in 2023 budget, and this is a deception that has become the hallmark of the PPPC. But in closing, I wish to say that there are certain aspects of the budgets where there are positives, infrastructure, there's some sort of benefits for the people, and I have no qualms about that. But I say you have to balance that. You have to absolutely balance that. If you cannot balance that, I will have a difficulty in supporting this budget. And when I speak, this is not my personal view. This is not the view of the opposition, but this is the view of the persons that I've encountered. And I traverse 4, 5, and 6, and this is the view of those people. So when I stand here, this is not a representation of me as a member of the opposition, but this is a representation of the views of those that I represent in 4, 5, and 6. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I will say that this is the deception that we have seen in the continuous budgets presented by the PPPC, and this has become the deception of the People's Progressive Party. But there are certain aspects, but at this point, I cannot render any sort of support to the budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Dr. Vindhya Prasad, Minister of Social Services.
It's interesting how my colleague, Minister Rosen-Ben, was the center of attention just now. Mr. Speaker, as I add my support to my colleagues in commending Budget 2023, I do so very conscious of the efforts that have been expended by Guyanese across sectors in ministries, giving their input to a budget that is transformational, a budget that is cross-cutting, a budget that is integrated, and a budget that focuses on every aspect of human development and country development comprehensively. As I thank all of those members of staff across ministries, I must recognize the astute leadership of my colleague, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Singh, and his team from the Ministry of Finance in crafting what is the biggest budget that we've seen to date. This budget is one that offers much to many, but I will focus on the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security and give you insight into work that has been done, work that is planned, and work that I'm sure that will have an impact on the lives of the most vulnerable and populations that will definitely understand how this budget will impact them, because like last year, they will live it this year and feel the impact on their lives. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this budget is something that my colleagues on the other side should support. Wouldn't you want to support the government's efforts towards children, education for children, the efforts of the government towards keeping children safe, the efforts of government towards providing for children with disability, the efforts of government for providing solutions for mothers who would want to leave their children in safe and secure places? Mr. Speaker, that is the legacy of the People's Progressive Party civic government in catering for children across the length and breadth of this country, children who depend on parents, and as such, there is much in this budget for families across the country. As a government, we believe in the stability of families. We believe in community development. We believe in infrastructural development. We're not a government that is impervious to the global crises that is affecting every country in this world. We're not a government that is oblivious to the trends in the world that would have had an impact on so many different aspects of governance and the way people govern. In fact, we have offered as a government tangible solutions to the challenges to food security, making Guyana pivotal in CARICOM, the voice of CARICOM, providing the solutions that CARICOM is following, the region is looking at, the world is looking at in terms of fighting the global crises. Mr. Speaker, we in this National Assembly should not resort to the usual broken narrative of divisiveness and polarization. This is a country that wants unity. This is a country that demands inclusivity. And this is a country that I am very proud of, where our people would like to benefit from what we as a government would have managed to do in just 2 years. Mr. Speaker, if I am to look at what the world says about gender equality, I can quote from a report from the World Economic Forum report. This report is usually presented annually and was first presented in 2006 and speaks to the global gender equality gap insight report. And it's an important thing because, Mr. Speaker, one of the key indicators is economic participation and opportunity. And this is very important because it speaks to what I've been listening to being questioned. This is not Guyana government doing it. This is the World Economic Forum. And in just 1 year, last year, 2022, Guyana traversed 18 spots up from place number 53 to 35. And there have been numerous indicators. And I'm only speaking of what is relevant to my sector. However, if we're to look at many of the other sectors, we could have seen that the contributions of programs that transform the employment prospects of people across the country would have been recognized in moving us 18 spots up. For example, we can speak of GOAL, GROW, WIN, BIT, just to name a few of those programs that do not come with a price tag. They come absolutely free. They're accessible to all the people of Guyana. You know, one of the members on that side of the House, I believe it was the Honorable Member, Mr. Royce-Dale Ford, who spoke about government's boots being on the neck of people. They were on the neck of people in 5 years with a taxation-existent budget, budgets that were crafted on the taxes on the backs of people. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that does not give any new taxes to the people. None at all. In fact, the income tax threshold has been increased so that people are able to have in their pockets $3 billion and 12,000 people are not in the tax net anymore. That is the level of the kind of development, the kind of governance, and the kind of input that we want to have on the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I will be happy to provide this report to you. In fact, in education attainment, Guyana ranks first globally, tying with 21 other countries such as Canada, Brazil, the Netherlands, and Jamaica, which is the only other Caribbean country in first place. Read it. Guyana has also tied for first place in ranking for enrollment in both secondary and tertiary education. This is especially important as it clearly indicates the outcomes and long-term impacts of projects implemented by the government. I continue. The construction of schools and provision of human and other resources in Amerindian communities throughout the interior regions of Guyana has made educational accessible and attainable even during periods where Guyana has had limited fiscal capacity. This is an expansive report, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be presenting it to you on conclusion of what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, I believe that I'd like to ask my colleagues, my Guyanese brothers and sisters on the opposite side of the House to remove the myopic lens, to remove the obligatory mantle that they like to wear when it comes to causing division and rejecting progress and development. You know, it's a simple walk from over there to over here. And deep down, I know you want to do it. You're more than welcome. We embrace collaboration. We embrace your support. We embrace your working with us. Feel free to walk across the floor. It's as easy as that. Mr. Speaker, when we look at our country, No country is insulated from the world economy and the global crises. But we want to say that Guyana has managed to, in the shortest possible time, have the opportunity to transform the lives of women and men across the country, a program that I'm immeasurably proud of, the Women's Innovation Investment Network Program, and there's nothing to compare it to in your 5 years because nothing existed. The WIN Initiative is a program that has produced 6,193 trained persons across every region in this country. In fact, just last year, we were able to provide free training with no prerequisite required for admission, and 4,033 women and men benefited from that training, which is free, which is offered in a hybrid model, and which allows them the potential of employment and starting a micro enterprise. Mr. Speaker, no amount of noise will dissuade me from presenting irrefutable facts that 6,193 people across this country have benefited. And this year, $100 million will ensure 6,000 more women and men benefiting this year alone. Mr. Speaker, I want to say it is not only training, but this is a comprehensive model of training, moving people into our Win in Business clinic, giving them business literacy training, moving them into the field of micro-enterprise. On of a sample of 2,339 of these persons who have been trained, we have 48% of them who would have developed business proposals and 25% of them who own a business. That is the level of progress that has happened in 1 year. For the first time in the region, for the first time in the Caribbean, and definitely for the first time in Guyana, we have an app that is called the WIN app, where 750 women have the opportunity to advertise their business for free. Coming this year with a collaboration with MMG, these women will be in a position to offer their products for sale on this app. This is a beautiful blend of IT, entrepreneurship, and vision. Mr. Speaker, I would like to continue on WIN and to say that there are so many projects that will result in people from the hinterland and across the coastland, in remote and rural areas who will benefit from that WIN training. Those who've been trained in professional courses like elder care, child care, patient care, will now benefit from the opportunity, whether individually or in consortium, to be able to be referral points where patients from hospitals, people who would like to have access to caregivers who are trained, they can do this, utilizing those persons who have been trained through the WIN program. One of the novel initiatives that have been established, and this year will really speak to thousands of women who, when they saw this announced in the 2023 budget, they were ecstatic. And that was the establishment of day, night care, and early childhood development centers. This is a blended model, and this is the first of its kind in the region, definitely in the Caribbean, and I can venture to say perhaps in the world. And I have recognized that women who work long hours, people who work long hours, parents, single parents, mothers and fathers, who would like a safe space for their children to be kept while they're at work, they now will have the option, as this budget provides $100 million so that we can start construction of these day and night care and early childhood development centers. Mr. Speaker, this offers a sanctuary for children, and those persons who've been trained, not only are they trained in childcare, they will also receive training in special needs as well as early childhood, and this can be something that Guyana is very proud of. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to look at what was achieved and what is to be achieved, I think I cannot go forward without recognizing that the WIN program operates out of a building called the Guyana Women's Leadership Institute. This was a building that was in serious disrepair. Everything had grounded to a halt, and now that building is a thriving hub, completed with modern classrooms, a brand new computer lab, a WIN in Business incubator, and will house the first of the day, night care, and early childhood development centers. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we're adding to this because we understand that people, especially women, like to cook. Why not make it profitable? And so we will be putting out for those women an opportunity to have free training where they can, from this training, start their own businesses. A state-of-the-art culinary center will be launched in the first quarter of this month, and women across the country will have access to training at no cost to them. Mr. Speaker, and it's not just training. This training is certificate training done by the University of the West Indies, the UK ABMA, and through Coursera, offering those persons who come through the WIN program an opportunity of stackable courses, giving them a recognizable qualification that puts them on easy footing to further develop themselves in the technical vocational field, to have employment, or to start their own micro enterprise. Mr. Speaker, we have been in talks with a number of entities, the Private Sector Commission, GCCI, to ensure that these women have an entry into those places where ordinarily they never had such an opportunity. The fact that this speaks to women who have never before been in the world of business is a powerful message to all women in our country. This is empowerment. This is real empowerment. Nothing can be achieved without single-minded focus and hard work. And Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to work hard. In fact, I am a hard worker, and I believe that I work with people who have similar vision with me to make these things materialize. In fact, if we looked at the first week of registration, over 7,000 people applied. We didn't only leave them like that. Over 3,000 women benefited from seed funding for their businesses through a collaboration with the World Food Program. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that mothers, the single parents that we consider, the single fathers, the single mothers, they will also benefit from subsidies which come out of the ministry that helps them with their child care costs. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the We Lift activity that is usually celebrated around International Women's Day has grown. From 75 women-owned businesses, we grew to 150 women-owned businesses under one roof, under the We Lift program. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Human Services, Gender Affairs Bureau continues to work with men and women across the country, developing women's groups, men's groups, and working to continue on the Shared Responsibilities campaign. We are now embarking on an exercise where we will be training a number of persons on gender, on shared responsibility, gender-based violence, and a number of other social issues, including coaches, taxi drivers, bartenders, to name a few of that. Our groups expand and extend throughout the length and breadth of Guyana, and work is expected to be complete on the national gender policy this year, 2023. Mr. Speaker, we have as a government always put emphasis on families. And as such, our Family Enhancement Unit will be expanded, and the work, the excellent work that this unit has been doing in Region 4 will now move across to the various regions and will be in collaboration with our other programs so that holistically we can cater for the social issues that abound. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have always believed that there is no need to say what people live. Work speaks for itself, and the work of the Ministry of Human Services is very visible for all of Guyana to see and to participate in. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Child Care and Protection Agency, which is pivotal when it comes to the care of children, has been consistently working on developing a number of key areas that address child abuse. The Every Child Safe project speaks to community engagement and interaction in all of Guyana's regions, and a number of persons will benefit from training. We have produced a parenting manual and workbook, and there will be structured training for parents across this country. In addition to that, we have allowed children to express their voice as a part of us protecting child rights and giving children a platform on which they can share their experiences on safety and security. We have managed to produce a storybook where children would have shared their stories on safety and what it means to them. The Street Light Project, which falls under the Every Child Safe program, is a key project as it speaks to children who are on the streets. We have been effectively removing children from off the streets, working with their families, addressing socio-economic issues, and we have managed to remove at least 30 of those children from our streets. This program will intensify as we do not want to have any child on the street, and we must get to the source of why they're on the street, work with them and their family so there is not a recurrence. Mr. Speaker, the community approach that we are taking through the Child Care and Protection Agency is bound to yield results because we are not working in a vacuum or silo. We're also looking at those children who have special needs. This budget provides, as a promise from His Excellency, a fleet of 7 retrofitted vehicles that will help those children who are living with disabilities. And this takes me to the work of the Ministry on persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we have managed to help hundreds of persons across the length and breadth of Guyana, centrally from the Difficult Circumstances Unit and through our outreaches to have free access to support aids, assisted aids, wheelchairs, walkers, and so many more things. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the Learning Lab, a training complex for persons living with disability, will be opened in the first quarter of this year, providing for the first time an empowerment entrepreneurship opportunity for persons living with disabilities. Last year, $100 million would have been budgeted. This year, we continue to focus on training. We continue to work with persons living with disabilities, and a revolving fund for persons living with disabilities can be accessed through the Small Business Bureau. So there is a comprehensive outlook to the kind of support and help that we are giving to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have been working assiduously protecting child rights, and as such, last we were able to ensure that legislation was passed in alignment with the Hague Convention on International Adoption, which is expected to commence this year. We have been working with the U.S. State Department and other state entities and other stakeholders to ensure that this happens. Our legislative agenda is a rich one. We have completed the counter trafficking in persons legislation, and that will be brought on the floors this year. We have other pieces of legislation to consider, to review, and to bring at some time to this House, including the Domestic Violence Act, which will incorporate new forms of family violence, the Harassment Act, which I'm sure some of you will be very wary of having, but that will be happening. We will be looking at the pension and the Poor Relief Act, which are archaic pieces of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the international community that would have not only been very supportive, but would have recognized the sterling work done by the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security. These last 2 years, we would have spent looking at a number of the homes and some of the establishments that focus on the elders, on children, and on persons living with disabilities. Last year, a beautiful new kitchen and recreation center was opened at the Sophia Drop-In Center, much to the delight of hundreds of children, modern and beautiful. What they cooked in and what they ate in was akin to a shack. It was appalling and horrible. I want to say also that this year, that center will receive a much-needed facelift. We're also looking at the expansion of our shelters. We're also looking at shelters for domestic violence and trafficking in persons. And we're also looking at the residential care facility for children living with disabilities, and they will have a brand new facility. All of these will be enclosed in the Mahaika complex. Mr. Speaker, the more noise you make, it gives me the impetus to continue. Mr. Speaker, parents who have children living with disability will continue to benefit through the work of the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security and through the budget to the tune of $40.4 billion. Mr. Speaker, our pensioners would have received an increase which totals to 67% over just 2 years, now moving to this budget. And this is in comparison to less than 30% of the 5-year period of the APNU AFC government. I will not stand here and say that is the be-all and the end-all of pension, but there is a tangential increase that is planned, and pensioners will not only benefit from the increase to $33,000 and of interest, the life expectancy is increasing because we have seen from 2020 to 2023, we started with just about 60,000 pensioners. Now we are projecting 73,000 pensioners, which means we are also helping those persons to have access to their source documents so that they can access their pension. We have also transform the delivery system of pension, creating a shut-in delivery system, a direct delivery system, alternate venues so the post offices are not crowded. We're adding to this MMG very soon, and pensioners would have more than 1,000 new locations to access their pension. Mr. Speaker, and it's not only the pension, it's the water subsidy that you took away. You also raised taxes on.
Be careful, honorable member. I didn't take away anything.
The honorable members removed. Also, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at public assistance spiraling to 29,000 recipients. And this is remarkable. And this has happened because of a decision made by this government when just about 5,000 children received $100,000 cash grant towards their permanent disability. All those children are now moved to the permanent register of public assistance, which means that a significant number of that 29,000 is comprised of children and adults living with permanent disabilities. A policy change also resulted now in persons with permanent disabilities not having to apply and reapply. They can now access the public assistance. More effortlessly, if I put it that way. We are creating a disability unit at the ministry that is geared for the first time ever in Guyana, a whole unit for persons living with disability, focused on their assistance, focused on supportive and assistive aids, focused on training, and focused on every single need that would arise for persons living with disabilities, in order to structure and streamline the efficiency and efficacy of our ministry. There is also going to be a senior citizens unit to focus on all of the elders and the seniors, as we value their contributions, and we would like to ensure that whatever is within our power, we can provide to them so they can have a better quality of life. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's I Care program. This was a new program, and this program was able to offer to persons just in 2022, 1,230 persons free tested spectacles. Mr. Speaker, we went to communities that never had this kind of access before, including Mocha, Philippi, to name a few. And I can give you the list of all the communities so that you can hear. Baramita, Tushan, Manripo, Bartika, Yupakari, Kumaka, Cameron, Kato, Aishalton, Anai, Kwakwani, St. Cuthberts, Wakenham, Susanna's Ross, just to name some of them. Mr. Speaker, last year we were able to do just over 1,000 spectacles as well, and this is a program that we have seen make a difference in the lives of people, whether it's their education as children or pensioners whose face light up because they're able to now read their books. This is a very, very helpful program. Mr. Speaker, through the Difficult Circumstances Unit, we have also helped with home rehabilitation for pensioners and persons living with disability and single parents, and we continue to offer assistance in other areas. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll assist you with an extension if I get a movement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that my colleague be given time to continue. I know she has a very large sector and would love to have lots of time.
Honorable Minister, you'll have 5 minutes to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The night shelter is a facility that has undergone, I would say, complete renovation, from looking like what I call the chicken coop when I came into this ministry. It is now a place that provides a dignified environment for people who are homeless, people who are indigent, and people who require shelter and a hot meal. This year, the night shelter will also benefit from a kitchen. And for those of you who even deign to look at people on the street, we are not only looking at them on the street, we are removing them from the streets through our help program, and we are ensuring that they're well taken care of. We have excellent collaborations with the Mental Health Unit of the Ministry of Health and the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation to ensure that they are well taken care of. Mrs. Veersamy, good work as the administrator. Mr. Speaker, in addition to what has been happening at the night shelter, those persons who have been removed from the streets and are able-bodied will, through a collaboration between the Ministry of Labor and Human Services, I spoke to my colleague, will be introduced a bit so that they can be trained in technical vocational skills and have the opportunity to get back into the world of work. Mr. Speaker, I want to just conclude with something that has always troubled me, and that is gender-based violence. This ministry has received commendation from the UNFPA this year for the work that it has done in conjunction with Spotlight. And I will just read a few excerpts. You know it. I think some of you may have to call 914 from time to time. It works, and it has helped a number of persons. This year alone, we received over 15,000 calls on 914 as compared to last year, 12,000 calls. From the Survivors Advocates Program, we have managed to have over 1,200 interventions helping those survivors of gender-based violence. Our legal pro bono initiative, which complements the government subvention to legal aid, providing free legal service to persons experiencing domestic violence, continues and is a collaboration between this ministry and the Guyana Bar Association. Mr. Speaker, we have 500 free cases so that we can at least help 500 persons experiencing violence. Mr. Speaker, I want to read you just a few, and I will leave this with you as the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security is the national coordinating entity for Spotlight in Guyana. It leads in conceptualizing holistic national efforts for preventing and responding to GBV, engages other parts of the government in such national efforts. If there's any distinguishing feature of Spotlight in Guyana, it must be national ownership. At the most recent NSC of the program, the minister committed to incorporating elements of Spotlight into national budgets, noting in particular the preventive community-level activities that address the root causes of violence. We would have established the Community Advocate Network, and we would have trained persons, hundreds of persons, in 8 of 10 regions. Mr. Speaker, this Spotlight initiative worked towards providing support on the draft domestic violence bill, the gender-based violence essential service package for Guyana, the 914 24-hour hotline service, the GBV app, and the COP Squad initiative. Thank you to the person much maligned just now in a very, anyway, the person, Minister Robeson, thank you for cooperating with this ministry. So together, we would have achieved training of 1,400 plus police officers through the COP Squad 2000 initiative. Mr. Speaker, the Survivors Advocate Program continues to work as it's all across in the courts of Guyana. We also have shelters and a collaboration between the Ministry of Legal Affairs and this ministry will yield the Hope and Justice Centers, where we will provide all the services required for persons experiencing domestic violence under one roof. If this is not something to be proud of, then you're blinkered as usual. Mr. Speaker, I would like to leave you with the final comment from this report. The level of commitment, this is from the UNFPA Spotlight Country Report. The level of commitment of the Minister of Human Services and Social Security and the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security in advancing a holistic approach to addressing gender-based violence in Guyana is exemplary. Spotlight played a catalytic role, which now promises longer-term sustainability thanks to political leadership, sound legal and policy frameworks, and integration of models and services in national mechanisms and budgets, all buttressed by community-level engagement and civil society partnership. Mr. Speaker, I could go on like this for many hours, but I know my time is at an end. I want to say thank you to the people of Guyana for the privilege of serving them. We will continue to service, continue to deliver to the people of Guyana. We do so with humility, and I say to my colleagues, my brothers and sisters on the opposite side of the House, cross the floor, support the budget, because this is only just some of what the 2023 budget promises for the people of Guyana. Transformational, innovative, cross-cutting, and simply spectacular. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now invite the Honourable Devon Sears to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege for me to present to this Honourable House and the citizens of this great country we call Guyana my contribution to the national budget debate for fiscal 2023. Let me state at the onset that it is my intention to focus my contribution on improving the lives of every Guyanese. to highlight inconsistencies in Budget 2023 and make recommendations which should be considered on its improvement. In areas where I do not go into details, I'm pretty sure my colleagues who are to come will deal with those issues. No responsible person would dispute the fact that indeed this is the largest budget in Guyana's history, a budget that should have catered room for equality, bridging the gaps of poverty, and embody generational wealth. But this budget does not do that, Mr. Speaker. Instead, this budget averts to address the growing economic crisis that Guyanese face on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in the government side of the House who attempt to convince Guyanese that they care, constantly insulting the Guyanese intelligence and attempting to distract them with chicken feed and, of course, hogwash. Mr. Speaker, there is no substance in their arguments, and constantly they ridicule and criticize our term in government. And also, they give ball-by-ball coverage and what is to happen and who did what and what not. But Mr. Speaker, might I remind this honorable House that it is the APNU AFC who holds or who have acquired over 50% of votes in the last elections, and who should be sitting on that other side of the House. Might I remind the government that we must exercise political maturity. Every point that is made by my colleagues on this side of the House comes with substance, and we represent the people because they elected us here. The harsh reality is this, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the economy of Guyana, the World Bank, in its recent updated fact sheet on Guyana, it said that Guyanese are living under $5 US every day. That's $1,000. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable, especially in an oil-rich economy. Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing to note that the PPP government have embraced autocracy and also dictatorial governance. That is not what Guyana should represent, Mr. Speaker. It is noted as well that Guyana ranks one of the lowest in terms of living conditions in this part of the world. Mr. Speaker, we have a brain drain situation. A lot of our educated young men and women are seeking employment overseas because the government cannot cater for their qualifications in this oil-rich economy. Mr. Speaker, in order to effectively address such a report from what is posted, we must focus on the non-oil sectors, such as tourism. Tourism offers great opportunities for the emerging economies and developing countries. It creates jobs, strengthens local economy, contributes to local infrastructure development, and can help to conserve the natural environment and cultural assets and traditions, and to reduce poverty and inequality. This cannot be achieved, Mr. Speaker, because the PPP government lacks vision. And in the minister's presentation, the Honorable Member Dr. Ashney Singh, he lauded the tourism industry, said how we have gotten an increase in visitors last year alone as compared to 2021 by 85%. He talked about the CPL cricket finals, which is coming to Guyana. But Mr. Speaker, you know what is surprising? That the tourism industry have been performing very well, but yet still this government decided not to give a proper increase in the budgetary allocation that reflects that growth. Mr. Speaker, that is disappointing. Mr. Speaker, 83.9 increase in tourism from 2021 to 2022 is a big leap. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member boasted about 3,300 rooms that will come on stream because of massive investments. Mr. Speaker, we are the #1 tourist destination, eco-tourist destination, named in 2019, and we hold a solid spot on the global market for sustainable tourism. But yet still, they decided to give the Ministry of Tourism only an increase of 7%, jumping from 2022, $6 billion to 6.5 in 2023. But Mr. Speaker, let's look at what is happening, the breakdown. In terms of the allocation, Mr. Speaker, when you look at Program Code 234, Tourism Development and Promotion, the allocation is this, Mr. Speaker. $33 million is going to capital work. Mr. Speaker, yeah, you know what that money is going to? A flagpole project at this very center here, the payment of retention and provision for a parking lot and a trestle, all right? Ms. Minister, Honorable Member, this is not enough when it comes to dealing with tourism, especially if we want to empower people. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on a few considerations that maybe the government and the Honorable Member Ashley Singh should take into consideration. Mr. Speaker, the Training and Hospitality School, while it's a good, very good initiative, and it's welcome because we want to elevate tourism within our country. Mr. Speaker, the location might be an issue because if you look at where these huge major investments in hotel and infrastructure is coming from, it's along the coast and Georgetown. But if this project is to go to Port Morant, very good. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to believe that many of the investors will find it difficult to transport their employees to go there to do training and then come back. Mr. Speaker, we will not see the great impact of this unless that the government can consider setting up one in every region so that we can effectively deal with the hospitality sector. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC, in its greatest vision to transform this sector, created regional tourism committees with the aim of having greater inclusion and bipartisan cohesiveness geared towards regional development. These committees need funding, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking about the regional tourism committees. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, those committees need subventions so that they can effectively serve their region. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot run away from the fact that every village, every community, every town have a tourism product that can be sold to the world. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the tourism officer and office, Region 10 luckily had acquired such, but such needs to be placed in all the region. We need regional tourism officers and our office so that we can decentralize what is happening here in Georgetown and we can better serve these villages, these towns, and these communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must also mention to you that Guyana is now a big player in the world market for tourism and all sectors needs to jump on board. Mr. Speaker, according to the US State Department, Guyana is ranked #3 on the travel advisory listing, which is second to last. And you know what #3 means? Reconsider travel. Mr. Speaker, Canada, UK, and the United States have issued warning against travelers, their citizens coming to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, if we do not focus on the security sector, Honorable Member Roopson Ben, we will not see the true benefits of tourism. We could do all that we want to do, but Mr. Speaker, we will not see the true benefits of tourism. Mr. Speaker, I also need to say to you that in anticipation of the tourism boom, it is expected that investors who disguise as tourists will come to this country. When they come to this country, Mr. Speaker, the next time they visit, they're coming to invest in our country, Honorable Member Gail Teixeira. They will come into our country and want to invest. And what we're lacking, Mr. Speaker, is investment portfolios. Regional investment portfolios are what is needed. And this government needs to go and sit around the table with the regional officials and the municipality officials and the Chamber of Commerce and draft these investment portfolios so that we can give them when they come and encourage them to invest. Mr. Speaker, really quick, the industrial estate that is going to Linden, very good initiative. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? The lack of consultation is what is affecting the progress in this country. The government refused to go and sit around the table and engage the resident, engage the elected officials, Honorable Gail Teixeira. They're not doing that. The location where the housing scheme is going, the 1,000 housing scheme, and the investment, the industrial estate, around that same area, we have millions upon millions of tons of bauxite, commercial grade bauxite, of which we will not get to touch if that 1,000 houses project goes there and that industrial estate goes there. Lack of consultation. Mind you, honorable members, we're not against development and investment at all, we're not. The opposition supports that, but consultation is what is needed. Mr. Speaker, my position on tourism is simple. Based on its performance, more need to be allocated to the tourism development of this country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to share with you with regards to Upper Demerara Berbice, where I'm from, and which a lot of the members on the other side of the House wish they were from. A strong, resilient people I represent. Mr. Speaker, Upper Demerara Berbice, more specifically Linden, has enjoyed a long history of bauxite, and it has contributed handsomely to the GDP of this country. The Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashni Singh, lauded the industry, this performance owed to forest bauxite and bauxite minerals. And he said that 18.9 million US was earned within the last year. But the government is not doing enough to represent the employees of the bauxite industry. Mr. Speaker, last year alone on the latter part, guess how much increase, bonus, bauxite mineral workers got? 0.5%. And the government issued no statement concerning that. Unacceptable. The Honorable Member, Dr. Ashu Singh, boasted about the employees. They're employing almost 1,000 employees. But Mr. Speaker, when we did the fact checking, Mr. Speaker, look, let's give the facts straight. At Bonasika Creek at Forest Bauxite, 150. Fair enough at both sides, 588. But when you look at Russell, which the government continues to turn a blind eye to, all that who is employed, the payroll clerks and the security guard. Mr. Speaker, come on, the government needs to accept and let the people of Araiman, Hururu, and Kokwani know that they have no interest in bringing back the bauxite company in those areas, and they will fall to the plight of poverty. Mr. Speaker, it's a ghost town. And the Honorable Member, Vikram Bharat, I've not been visiting those people to give them any reassuring words. For 3 years, we have not heard anything about the task force that was set up to deal with those issues. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. I can go on and on, Mr. Speaker, with regards to bauxite. But what I must say to you, Mr. Speaker, the day will come when those same persons who are placed out of a job and whose interests are not being attended to will vote the PPP out of government again. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the budgetary allocation, I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, that the budgetary allocation for Upper Demerara Berbice, which spans 3 main rivers, Demerara, Essequibo, and Berbice, the largest housing scheme in the Caribbean and Amelia's Ward, 16 indigenous villages, 1 NDC, and a township, is grossly underfunded. Mr. Speaker, this government decided to cut or chop off $3.3 billion in the budgetary allocation which the Regional Democratic Council proposed. Yes, $9.2 billion they submitted, and you said no. This is the things you said no to. No to better health care, mobility to serve the people, better education delivery, and even at this stage, you refuse to fund allocate $600 million to set up a new RDC building, and you expect the people to vote and support this government that is ignoring development. Those are elected officials. The staff currently is dealing with electrical problems, sewage problems, and a whole bunch of other issues. Mr. Speaker, the budget was only increased by 12%. And we're saying that we need more. The construction of the Wisma Bridge, we thought that that would have been included, right? We thought that this year would have been a legacy project of the PPP. But ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Member, I must say to you that this year's budget does not cater for the Wisma Mackenzie Bridge. Now, the road from Mabura to Linden has started, fair enough. You've allocated sums of money to develop the Linden Highway or rehabilitate it, but no Wisma Mackenzie Bridge. That bridge is over 50 years old, and the people of Linden are saying that they need that bridge, not tomorrow, not the next day, we want it now. Mr. Speaker, the government last year forked out over $1 billion in repairing emergency work at the Harbor Bridge. $1 billion spent in 5 days. Couldn't the government allocate at least $1 billion to start the construction of the Wisma Mackenzie Bridge? It's because they don't care about the people of Region 10. Mr. Speaker, listen to this here. The Regional Democratic Council had found a land where we're pushing to have a Wisma fire station established. This was completely ignored out of the budget. We have found land in Wizrock because that area there, that community is developing just along the corridors of the Linden to Muburu Road. The population is expanding. No allocation to a Wizrock primary school to say, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government has a vice grip lease on lands in Linden and Region 10, along again the Linden to Muburu Road, 1 or 2 miles in on both sides of that corridor. The government said no land is to be issued. So it puzzles me.
Honorable member, I'm afraid in order to conclude your presentation, you'll need an extension.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Honourable member.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, one could only conclude that some of these lands are going to be given to their friends for investment, but we're saying we have investors. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of infrastructural development, when we look at that, Mr. Speaker, the synthetic track, which the Honourable Member Dr. Ashley Singh praised and said that, you know, it's completed, Region 6 and Region 10 is completed. Unfortunately, it's not. We have national athletes and Olympians who have to train along the Linden-Dyke Highway in those dangerous conditions. And you're saying that you care about people and athletics. One would expect that greater guidance would have been given by the Honourable Member Charles Ramson on this issue. Mr. Speaker, in terms of roads and drainage, the Honourable Member, Minister Edgell, announced last year $800 million to roads to serve, which fell under urban development. Mr. Speaker, really and truly those roads don't make any sense. We need Patterson back, Minister, or the Honourable Member Patterson back. We need Pato back so that the roads can be better. Mr. Speaker, just about 3 months ago, those roads were constructed and they're already in a deplorable state. No drains, nothing. I don't know what is happening, Mr. Speaker. In terms of agriculture, the government continues to ignore the need for sustainable farming and also food security within the region. We welcome the road from Ituni to Takama and even the wharf that is going to set up there. But those are for major farms, 5 major farms which deals with soybeans, etc., etc. But what we're saying as a representatives is that Millie's Hideout to Sand Hills Road is needed, which will cater for small farmers who live at Sand Hills, developed Wairuni and those areas. To travel from those locations to go to the Savannah Road, it will be very, very, very costly. Mr. Speaker, I also want to share with you is that there seems to be a war on the boards and co-op societies in this country, and this here needs to be addressed. What is happening is that the government fears that you empower people and they become less dependent, they become more capable of doing things for themselves, and they need to be independent. But this government wants to make them dependent, to buckle on their knees, and ask for handouts. This is not the Guyana that we envision, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of employment, I must say to you that unemployment in the region is very, very high. We have Guyanese who are, again, well educated, but unfortunately cannot find a job. Mr. Speaker, we talk about, look at this. Nobody wants to go and work there at this point in time. The legacy of the PPP will be, look, we're just focusing on part-time jobs, but really and truly Guyanese need more jobs. Mr. Speaker, the legacy of the PPP is primarily this. So at this point in time in terms of healthcare, torture doctors have asked to be reassigned. We have over 100 nurses who are trained by Charles Rosa School of Nursing who migrated. Mr. Speaker, the sad state is this: while we welcome Cubans into our country, why should we have to bring Cuban nurses to our town, to our country to work when we have our own right here? Mr. Speaker, the government should consider the following things. The economy is not functioning. It's not functioning in a good state. Oil has been the only sector that has been doing impressively well. Mr. Speaker, the increase of subventions for municipality is needed. We need to have a full reevaluation of boundaries within the municipalities. Part-time jobs cannot be the solution for long-term growth of this economy. Now more than ever, money needs to be spent on traditional sectors so that Guyana does not become dependent on oil, which we constantly glorify. Mr. Speaker, food security, we need to focus heavily on that. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that if Guyana is to grow and develop, all of us must be committed to a strong Guyana economy and society, grounded in credible, practical plans and solutions to the social and economic challenges we face, with hands and hearts joined together, with great excitement, we move prosperous nation on a can support.
Thank you, honorable member. The Minister within the Ministry of Housing, Honorable Susan Rodriguez, to contribution.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with as members of the opposition came one after the other for the past 3 days and made presentations riddled with inaccuracies and unsubstantiated claims. Mr. Speaker, we are here to debate the national budget. This is serious business. The electorate is tuned in and listening to everything that we are saying in this House. The least we could do is be factual and credible in our presentations. Case on point, the honorable member who spoke just before me. The smallest child in this country, Mr. Speaker, knows that this PPPC government is the most consultative government they have ever had. The smallest child at home knows that. And he just accused the government of no consultation. He spoke about Linden, as they love to speak about Linden and they love to express their love for Linden. All of the matters he raised just now are minor. We can easily fix them. The question is, why didn't they fix it when they were in office for 5 years? Mr. Speaker, this was yesterday. 2020 was a short time ago. It's not a long time ago we're talking about. These people were just in government. Bauxite, logging, all of these industries, they decimated. We had hundreds of workers from Rusal that were sent home because their government antagonized the bauxite company. We had people in Linden. We had people in Linden who hung signs, loggers, hung signs around their necks. Do you remember that? Saying that they were hungry because they got no support from the APNU AFC government when they were in office. Mr. Speaker, credibility is extremely important. The APNU AFC are claiming to be champions of squatters, but never created a single new house lot in 5 years. The APNU AFC are calling for full-time jobs, but put thousands of people out of work. The APNU AFC are claiming the budget is for friends, families, and cronies, but it was the honorable member for the Lawrence who said we can only give work to PNC people. The APNU AFC are asking for cash transfers, but took away $10,000 from our school children. The APNU AFC are calling for free university education, but raised tuition by 35% and even taxed education. The APNU AFC are calling the government racist, but their leader is being accused of racism by members of his own party. The APNU AFC are calling for cheaper energy, but they impose a tax on electricity and bankrupt the National Power Company. The APNU AFC are calling for increased social welfare, but taxed water and took away the subsidy given to pensioners. Mr. Speaker, credibility is extremely important when you're going to come to this House and make claims. That is the legacy of the APNU and the AFC combined opposition. The opposition has no moral authority to speak of what they themselves failed to do. We have heard a lot of sloganeering and sound bites, but no sound political argument has been made against this budget up to now, and I don't expect any to be forthcoming from the opposition. Norton said that the PPP, said in a, Honorable Member Norton in a press statement said that the PPP has no national development plan. Mr. Speaker, again, the smallest child in this country can tell you about some of our programs and plans that we have had since 2020, when we issued our manifesto and have been making our plans and our programs available. We've been speaking about it publicly. We laid out our vision for 5 years in government. Mr. Speaker, there are 31 members of the APNU AFC, and only 29% of their members served in senior positions when they were in office. 71% of them never hold any senior substantive position in government, including the leader of the opposition. Now imagine, the majority of them have no experience to govern. They do not understand how government works. And these are the people that are advocating for a chance at government. Imagine Jurita Finance, honorable member, shadowing the honorable senior minister, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, a man who is a financial genius, an economic czar. She comes here trying to sound profound after reading the series, Economics for Dummies. What is her qualification? What is her occupation? But they come here to analyze a budget they are incapable of understanding. Mr. Speaker, there is an evolving trend in the opposition to take credit for the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, oil was found under accused of misappropriating students' funds.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ganesh Maipal.
Go ahead,
Thank
Honorable.
you, Mrs. 41-6. The Honorable Member, I ask that she withdraw what she has just said because there was an audit, sir. Sir, there was an
I
audit.
have not given permission, sir.
Sir, if I may.
Mr. Speaker. increases in fuel and kept water and electricity tariffs stable with no increases. We absorb these burdens, Mr. Speaker, so that it will not be passed on to our people. The APNU AFC members love to quote reports out of context. However, we did so much so that the IMF called on our government to reverse some of these measures, to reverse the tax subsidies aimed at easing the cost of living. So when the honorable members say that we have done nothing to ease cost of living in this country, we have the IMF report actually calling on our government to reverse some of the subsidies that we are giving because we have done so much already. And if there's more that we can do, we would certainly consider. Mr. Speaker, I shudder to think about where we would be in 2023 under the leadership of APNU AFC. Thankfully, Guyana now has a president and a government with vision, a clearly defined plan, and the experience to ensure prosperity comes to every home. Shifting my attention now to the budget itself. Speaker after speaker has been calling for more money to be distributed to our people. But Mr. Speaker, our oil proceeds must be invested so that we can secure a brighter future for our people. Mr. Speaker, we could easily take the proceeds from oil and gas and distribute it. It would be a popular thing to do. It may even secure our next term in office. But, Mr. Speaker, that would be irresponsible of us. And so we are investing in infrastructure aimed at improving lives, not infrastructure like Durban Park or arches, which are totally useless and add no value to people's lives. People need to understand how the budget benefits them. I am fortunate, Mr. Speaker, to serve in a sector with achievements I do not need to boast about, because the evidence of our achievements are available for all to see. Mr. Speaker, since we have taken office in 2020, we have embarked on an unprecedented housing program on a scale and magnitude never seen in this country before. Mr. Speaker, and no community is left out of this development. Mr. Speaker, it was very unfortunate about what took place in Moko. But I believe that many of my comrades on this side of the House has addressed that issue. And I believe that in the public sphere, that people understand what took place there. That 28 people who resided in Moko were able to accept settlements and were able to relocate into areas where they were given certificates of title, compensation, and land for agriculture purposes. And so it was very unfortunate that we were not able to negotiate with all of those people, even though our offers are still on the table. Mr. Speaker, unlike the legacy of the APNU AFC for 5 years, where they did not create a single new house lots, we have ongoing at the moment infrastructure works in 54 new housing schemes. So all across this country, people will have access to housing. We are also ensuring that we increase our housing construction drive so that people can achieve home ownership even faster, because we are making it more affordable. Our collaborations with the bank has been seeing lower interest rates for people to acquire cheaper mortgages and to be able to get people to transition faster into their own homes. We are going into communities, Mr. Speaker. We are working with everybody. No community is left out. And even though members of the opposition accused the Ministry of Housing of distributing titles in a certain area called Pigeon Island, which is a predominantly Indo-Guyanese community. They failed to recognize the work that we did in Beirut, which is a predominantly Afro-Guyanese community. So, Mr. Speaker, when I went to Pigeon Island and distributed 44 titles, I went to Beirut and distributed 300 titles, Mr. Speaker, but they would never acknowledge that because it does not fit into their rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that we have delivered in excess of 20,500 house lots. We have regularized 1,355 lots in regularized squatting areas. We have completed the Mocha to Diamond Interlink Road. We have completed the Mandela to Eccles 4-lane highway and are in the process of extending that highway, along with construction of the Schoonard Crane Highway in Region 3. We passed the Condominium Act and laid in this House the single window application bill for passage very soon. This is our record, among many other achievements. With a budgetary allocation of $54.5 billion in housing and $17.7 billion for water, we can continue the work we started in 2020 to pursue all of our targets and objectives in our carefully planned 5-year program. Mr. Speaker, from 2014 to now, our budget has increased by over 1,500%. The APNU AFC budget of 2016, 17, and 18 contained no subvention to the Ministry of Housing. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a natural consequence that if the central government does not make resources available for housing, that there will be no new housing schemes created under their government. Mr. Speaker, the housing program increases net worth. The cost approximately to develop one house lot is $3 million for first phase development, plus an additional $2 million for the final stage of development. Mr. Speaker, government subsidizes low-income housing by up to 90% in some cases. Let us examine this carefully, Mr. Speaker. Let's say, for example, on the higher side of the scale, a house lot in Region 4, let's say it costs $500,000. The approximate market value of that subsidized low-income lot after we have completed first phase infrastructure is $2,250,000, an appreciation, sir, of 450%. So, Mr. Speaker, before the beneficiary acquires a loan, before the beneficiary even purchases a load of sand, their net worth has already increased by 450% thanks to the subsidy that is provided by the government of Guyana. And this is what our housing program was designed to do when it was developed back in 1992 under Dr. Chetty Jagan. It was intended to subsidize low-income housing for people, because this PPPC administration has always recognized the value that access to affordable housing adds to the development of our people. This is how we are empowering people and in transferring wealth by investing in infrastructure for our housing schemes. Not to be viewed through the lens of only building roads, but to be looked at holistically as building net worth and improving overall well-being of our people. Mr. Speaker, the total number of new applications received for 2022 is 14,974. 21 to 39-year-olds account for 10,763 of our total new applications, over 10,000. Mr. Speaker, this shows tremendous confidence in our housing program. Our young people are saying to us, we believe that the government has a good plan. We have seen evidence of the government delivering on this plan, and we are submitting our applications in the full confidence of knowing that we will receive our house lot. Mr. Speaker, when you look at women, from 2020 to 2022.
Honorable member, in order to conclude your presentation, you'll need a 5-minute extension, and that is including the time that was given back for your time allotted.
Sorry, the honorable member started at 5:26. She speaks for 35 minutes, 30 plus 5, as you said, with the extension of 5. And she was also interrupted for over 7 minutes at least by Mr. Ganesh Maipal. So at this point, she has not concluded her half an hour, and therefore we need to let her finish her half an hour before we go to the extension of 5 minutes.
Honorable member, in order to conclude your presentation, you will need a 5-minute extension.
Mr. Speaker, do I understand you to say that her half an hour is finished? Yes. But that does not include the 7 minutes that was paused with the points of order, sir.
Honorable member, the time that was allocated has elapsed.
It's not a question, sir,
that is including the time that was given back for the interruption.
No, sir, I'm sorry, I've never done this before. I have never challenged this before, sir. I clocked all my people. She started at 5:26. She has half an hour that would take her to 6 o'clock, and then a 5-minute extension after that. But she had 7 minutes interruption. Therefore, sir, she has not finished, unless now, of course, this is another interruption. But I hate to disagree with you, sir. I don't mean any disrespect, but something's wrong with the timing that I haven't seen happen here before.
Honorable member, in order to conclude your presentation, you will need a 5-minute extension.
Mr. Speaker, I will ask for an extension. However, I would also politely like to ask, could you say what time she was clock starting? Because it would be up there in the record. It should be up there in the record. I therefore ask that my colleague be given time to conclude, but I also ask that I be informed of what was the time she commenced her presentation.
Honorable member, you commenced your presentation at 24, according to the speaker's clock that is in front here. You will need a 5-minute extension to conclude your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, looking across to our record for women from 2020 to 2022, of the approximately 20,500 lots allocated, 8,516 lots, representing 43% of our total house lots, were allocated to women only. Mr. Speaker, we were accused by members of the opposition of not doing enough for women. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, they would neglect to quote the World Economic Forum Gender Gap Report of 2022, which showed Guyana improved its position by 18 points, moving up in its global ranking on gender parity in just 1 year, from a ranking of 53rd to 35th. Mr. Speaker, this is by no accident. This is because of conscious work that we are doing, conscious policy making to ensure that we bridge the gender gap and ensure that there is equality. Mr. Speaker, a total of 73.8% of our total allocations went to low and moderate income families. 73.8%, Mr. Speaker. So while the APNU-AFC were giving lands to cronies in 200 acres of land in Linden, and they claim to love Linden so much, those 200 acres of land could have produced 1,000 house lots for Lindeners. But we are ensuring that our housing program protects our vulnerable people. And we have further assistance through our steel and cement subsidy to help low-income earners acquire a mortgage and to get on their way to home ownership even faster. Mr. Speaker, evidence of our successful housing program can be seen in the banking sector, where we've seen consistent growth in real estate mortgages loans. In 2021, it was 3.7% increase. In 2022, 5.5% increase. In 2023, 9.8% increase. These numbers tell the story, Mr. Speaker, of our housing program's impact on increased access to finance. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. These are the facts that our people need to hear. Mr. Speaker, turning my attention now to the water sector, we have embarked on a transformative path to support the rapid economic expansion and to deliver on communities as set out by our 5-year strategic plan in the potable water sector. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that we took our water sector in shambles, that the company was bankrupt, and we had to take that sector and ensure that we rejuvenate the water sector. We have removed VAT on potable water. We've restored a monthly water subsidy to over 28,000 pensioners to the tune of $523 million. We have reduced water tariff by 5% in 2021 to ease the hardship that citizens face. This provides an estimated $260 million annually in disposable income to our people. And more importantly, we have issued a policy decision that water tariffs will not increase as a result of increases in fuel prices. The government of Guyana has been absorbing this increase so that it is not passed on to consumers. Government has expended in excess of $15.4 billion to support the expansion of water distribution systems, drilling of 33 new wells, and providing improved level and quality of service, including first-time access to potable water to more than 35,000 people in over 60 communities nationwide. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a strategic 5-year plan for the Guyana Water Inc., which will see coastal water coverage treatment on the coast improve from 52%, where it was in 2020, to 92% by 2025. And to realize this, we have already executed 7 contracts for the construction of 7 water treatment plants, which will see us getting closer to achieving our 90% treated water program. And similarly, in the hinterland, more than $2 billion has been invested in our hinterland regions from 2020 to now, and a further $1.4 billion will be invested in 2023, all to provide 100% access to water services to all riverine and hinterland communities, targeted to be achieved by 2025. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen tremendous success in our hinterland housing program, which has seen access improve from 46% in 2020 to 75% by the end of 2022. And by the end of 2023, after we have executed this budget, implemented the programs, in this year's budget, we will be at 85% access across our hinterland communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that the opposition has spoken about there's no excitement in the budget. But, Mr. Speaker, people don't need excitement. People want development. People want a government that is consistent, a government that is measured and responsible, a government that is not reckless, a government that can display true leadership and commitment to transforming the lives of every single Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, we have a far superior program to anything offered by the APNU AFC government. Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up, I just would like to thank the members of staff of the Ministry of Housing and Water who have been working overtime from 2020 to now. Mr. Speaker, they work nights, they work weekends, they work 24 hours to ensure that we can deliver on this housing and water program. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh for recognizing the importance of this sector and his staff, and I commend this budget, Mr. Speaker, for passage in this Honorable House.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Dr. Karen Cummings to make her contribution.
Speaker of the National Assembly, members of the media, visitors, an exceptional good afternoon to you all. I rise to register my dissatisfaction with Budget 2023, presented on Monday, January 16, 2023, to this noble assembly, captioned, "Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow." This title is a misnomer, as the government remains relatively apathetic to the welfare of the poor. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana clearly expected a budget designed to address developmental needs, tackle poverty, create jobs, and redistribute revenues in a manner to benefit the working class and the indigent. But this overview of the estimate of income and expenditure for 2023 is dismal, troubling, characterized by blaming and finger-pointing, especially when an industry or a sector is underperforming, to say the least. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that this parliamentary assembly has heard better presentations from Mr. Singh, the honorable member. But this one was certainly not up to par. I am tempted to forgive him because it can be attributed to the straw-colored liquid that was imbibed by the minister. The frequency of its usage may have had a toll on the minister's delivery of the budget presentation to the Assembly for 2023. The Honorable Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, exhibited an optimism that only the honorable members seem to share. The Finance Minister proffered tidings inconsistent with good governance, which is key in fostering growth and reducing poverty. The honorable member's presentation revealed a lack of transparency, which is paramount in policy making. The presenter also fell short of describing to the citizenry the efforts to be made to combat practices which are dishonest. The honorable member failed to explain to the Guyanese populace how they will benefit from the natural resources production. Mr. Speaker, a clearer perception, an understanding of the government's comprehensive plan for this newfound wealth would be exciting to the Guyanese people. The citizenry would like to know how will the increase in GDP integrate into the plan for sustainable development and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known fact that an orderly oil market today provides the essential base for a stable, orderly oil market tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about enormous sums of money here, and the people of Guyana would want this massive and budgeted sum of $781.9 billion to be utilized in an efficient, effective, and equitable manner to all Guyanese, inclusive of the poor and vulnerable, both now and in the future. Efforts must be made by this government to root out depravity, insecurity, and lack of confidence, as was mentioned in the Stabroek and Kaichor News on January 22, 2023. Mr. Speaker, the writer of the article indicated that there must be a level playing field to prevent a race to the bottom, which could lead to racism and racial hate conflict. Mr. Speaker, on paying close attention to the budget, it is obvious that Guyana remains one of the world's fastest growing economies in the medium term, but the risks of proper management of the oil wealth, the quality of spending by this government, and the effects of the Dutch disease are already evident. Mr. Speaker, the non-oil growth rate is struggling. The sectors, as was mentioned by one of my colleagues, like agriculture, which had made a significant contribution to the economy in 2019, is struggling. What is noted, Mr. Speaker, as more resources are poured into the economy, as was alluded to earlier, there is not a concomitant effect in the quantity of investments. Rather, there's a decline. And so, more money and a bigger budget does not necessarily mean better spending. In 2018, the APNU-AFC coalition went after the so-called rich ones who are not paying taxes in the mining sector. More specifically, the gold sector. We even had a period of amnesty. We had collected $876 million US. But with the arrival of the PPP small c regime, there was a massive relief, lot of relief measures. And in 2022, we saw gold reduced to $830 million US, which was less than what was obtained in 2019. And COVID-19 is not to be blamed, Mr. Speaker, because mandatory masking was removed in 2022. Mr. Speaker, the inflation rate is on the increase, moving from 5.7% in 2021 to the 7.2% as estimated in December 2022. And because of the rising food prices, which contributed to 6.4%, according to Mr. Ashley Singh, the honorable member, so you would agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that a mere 8% with tax is certainly inadequate for the survival and a good quality of life for the public servants and Guyana as a whole. In addition to inflation, the government deficit is rising as seen in 2019, where the government deficit stood at $29.9 billion when compared to 2021 and 2022, where the government deficit was $114.8 and $155.5 billion respectively. And it's projected to rise even further in 2023 to $167.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen in this budget is nothing short of the paradox of plenty. If at a minimum wage of 85,000 Guyana dollars, which one of the colleagues, the member over there said it works out to $3 billion, if 12,000 persons are taken off the payroll, Mr. Speaker, that in itself is indicative of a paradox of plenty. The threshold should be at a minimum of 150,000 Guyana dollars monthly. So the caption of the budget, which reads, improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow, should be replaced with the theme, a deteriorating quality of life for the Guyanese people in the midst of an oil increasing wealth, while simultaneously borrowing large sums of money, thus affecting present and future generations.
Well done, Karen. Well done.
Mr. Speaker, I will now turn my attention to the health sector, which has been, I see $84.9 billion has been allotted, budgeted for in 2023, an increase in $10.4 billion from 2022. The known adage of the health of the nation being the wealth of the nation, is certainly true. The populace deserves public health services that are acceptable, accessible, affordable, appropriate, timely, and of a high quality, and which are staffed by competent and trained medical professionals. The members of this side of the House believe that a valiant effort must be made to respond to local and transnational public health challenges. As we have seen, we have emerging diseases. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to remind the Honorable Minister that the APNU-AFC coalition, notwithstanding operating on 1/12 of its budget in 2020, had proudly controlled the COVID-19 pandemic between 2019 and 2020. Yes. There was the establishment of a task force that met regularly. There was a health emergency. Listen to me, I'm going somewhere. There was health emergency operation, the HEOC, which the PPPC dismantled. There was public health measures making use of the 3 W's, washing your hands, watching your distance, wearing a mask, the 3 T's, increased testing, contact tracing and treatment. We had the 4 E's, where you encourage the patients, you engage them, you explain to them the need of using the 3 W's, you encourage them, and then if they do not listen and adhere to the gazetted orders, then you enforce the law. While the PPP has since adopted this mantra, there was intersectoral and interagencies collaboration. Included also were home isolations, lockdowns, active surveillance. There was the expansion of laboratory service that was assisted by our technical partners, including the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization. The impacts from socio-economic effects due to COVID were addressed by partnering with regional and local farmers. The database was already set up for the rollout of the cash grants. And topping the list, Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC coalition government conceived and achieved the first of its kind, the COVID-19 hospital in the Caribbean. If that was not insight and foresight, I don't know what it is. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 and its impacts remains a matter of national concern as new strains of the virus emerge, such as the Alpha, the Delta, the Omicron, and now we have subvariants from BA1 to BQ, November 22, BQ1, BQ1.1, and in 2023 we now have XBB.1.5. The PPP government has adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards controlling the spread of the virus in Guyana. Consequently, many people travel around without protective wear with the risk of being infected or infecting others. Timely reporting of the incidence of the disease by the government has gone by the wayside, and Guyanese are being left to defend themselves against the virus and the reckless management of the government. As is typical of the PPP small c, it engages in the infantile behavior of not taking responsibility for its actions or inactions. You folks would recall the evidence of the deal with the Sputnik vaccine and the middleman, but we won't go there. Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 4.112, healthcare. Mr. Speaker, universal access to public health coverage is a right and an entitlement. According to the United Nations Declarations of Human Rights, a standard of living must be adequate for the health and the well-being of himself or herself and family, and should include medical care. Therefore, the government must ensure this fundamental right of every Guyanese citizen, being universal health coverage, and more particularly, Sustainable Development Goal number 3 is protected. In addition, The Constitution at Article 24 states, as I quote, every citizen has the right to free medical attention and also to social care in the case of old age or disability, close quote. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC coalition proposed that Guyana's national health objectives must be driven by the universal access to health care, the promotion of universal primary health care, and emphasis on preventative care. At paragraph 4113, speaks to expanding primary and secondary health care. The APNU-AFC coalition will always defend efforts to improve the health of its nation and welcome any reasonable steps to expand the delivery of health care. However, while the government wants to expand tertiary health care, the weight and the focus should still be on primary health care. We are aware of the differences in the availability and delivery of such care between the coastal and the hinterland areas of our country, and you should be trying to narrow the gaps. It is our wish that the government work together with the municipalities and the neighborhood health systems and the health centers within the communities to ensure that the provision of primary health care is realized. Health facilities and infrastructure. We have learned of several health initiatives being taken or proposed by the government. We will always defend efforts to improve the health of this nation and welcome any reasonable steps to expand the delivery of health care, as I reiterate. At 4.114, mention was made of 11.9 billion being paid as mobilization advance, and works were initiated and site preparations for 6 regional hospitals and the state-of-the-art pediatric and maternal hospital. In our view, it is not unreasonable for additional hospitals to be built by the government in communities that can transform the imbalance between life and death in favor of life. Indeed, the main public hospital in Georgetown and its committed staff members bears a far greater burden that it should carry, an flattering reputation about the services that it provides. For many, the thought of the public hospital conjures up images of incompetence, misery, and death. Stories continue to abound about inexplicable maternal deaths and lack of agility and compassion for emergency and trauma patients seeking the attention of its medical personnel. But we must raise questions to the reason the government will spend upwards of several billions of dollars on 6 new regional hospitals and specialty hospitals, and at the same time facilitate the establishment of several private hospitals. This government has advanced medical tourism as justification for entering public-private partnerships for health care. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the government, which is already sharing a paltry 5% of our national income with the workers of our country, is asking them now to transfer that sum of that meager money through their taxes to family, friends, and favorites who are already enjoying 95% of the country's wealth. The demand for taxes of workers is being made under the guise of promoting medical tourism, something of no value to the workers of this country. One company, I think Sheriff Medical, has emerged as a prominent investor in private hospitals around this country. The resources of this company are open to question, and not many Guyanese might know the close relationship between the owners of this private.
You're now imputing on the company that can't defend themselves either. So, honorable member, please withdraw that. Thank you.
Yes, I'm so advised, and it's alleged that the person has a close connection with the second vice president of the PPP government, the honorable member who should be here. We find it to be more than coincidental and heartless that the government is getting all sorts of favors to this group of investors without questioning the source of its funds. We have
Honorable, again, that the government is getting favors from this group, right? So I don't know. She said alleged, right? But the Honorable Member Mahi Paul on your side is saying it's true. So I asked him to produce the evidence. Thank you.
Mary Paul, I'm speaking to you. I'm not listening to my. In fact, I want some protection.
Honorable, I'll give you the protection from Mahi Paul, yes.
We need, could I go on? Yes, we need clarity as to what is behind having, okay, this private entity build several hospitals and how much help the government will force the already cash-strapped taxpayers of this country to give to the endeavors of this entity. Festival City. We are pleased that $92 million was spent at Festival City Polyclinic. The construction, which commenced under our watch and the brainchild of the APNU-ASC coalition, I think we must have mature politics to if we did something, just compliment us for it. No big deal. All right? Hashtag no big deal. The construction of the polyclinic was intended to be new and not to be retrofitted. It's supposed to be new and not to be retrofitted. This facility is expected to provide dental, rehabilitation, and laboratory service to the community in South Rumpelt and its environs. It is the wish from the APNU-ASC coalition that, like the Lusignan Diabetic Clinic, the Festival City would offer also a retinopathy clinic, a diabetes and pregnancy clinic, and a diabetic foot care clinic also. We hope that it's going to be also be done there. At 4115, it is the wish of the completion of the Bartical Regional Hospital as the West Demerara and Study Hospital were constructed with the same source of funding. An amount of $1.8 billion is allowed to allocated in budget 2021 for the facilities that will deploy communication technology and to telemedicine. I trust that the Honorable Member, Dr. Frank Anthony, will remember the telemedicine that was implemented at the health facilities at Baracara and the New Amsterdam Hospital as well. Mr. Speaker, health is decentralized, and so access to primary, secondary, or tertiary care should be based on quality, reliability, and inclusivity. So we do look forward without delay to the upgrade of the Karasabai, Anai, and Sand Creek health centers, which are slated to be done for $237 million. Drugs and medical supplies. At paragraph 4116, the government plans to spend $2.5 billion to enhance the quality of health care for the purchase of medical equipment across the 10 developmental regions, an increase of $0.4 billion. It is our wish that there be training for the biomedical technicians so that we would not have equipment lying as white elephants. At paragraph 4117, the PPPC describes a broken mechanism of pharmaceutical supply chain management, which needed to be rectified, and that Materials Management Unit, MMU, aims to fulfill 80% of all requests to be made for drugs and medical supply. Mr. Speaker, what needs to be done is an improvement in quality assurance, a mechanism to ensure the quality of all the products being delivered to clients. Anecdotal evidence, Mr. Speaker, would show that for a particular diabetic drug, when used from the government's pharmacy, the government pharmacy is often inferior to a similar drug from a non-governmental pharmacy and sees better outcome, including diabetic control. It's anecdotal. Mr. Speaker, efforts must be made quickly and methodically to have product quality surveillance to monitor. If you monitor, that will solve the problem. And analyze temperature and humidity at the store warehouse during transportation. To improve, there must be a pharmacovigilance, more storage space, operationalize of the drug bond. The lab, there's a lab of the drug one, you just make sure it's operationalized. Have the drugs available and better relationship with the manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, The Auditor General Report 2021 says that the head of the budget agency must take action to ensure that drugs and medical supplies paid are delivered as intended from the Auditor General's report. All right? And it also goes on to say that regions, because you know we benefit from economy of scale from the regions, they send it to us and we buy in the bulk. And so we're hoping that the regions too can reconcile and provide a list of the drugs and medical supplies requested so they can have some kind of reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, it's an old problem in the sense that it's 750,000 persons living in Guyana. And so you find these big time manufacturers, they won't have, you know, we weren't able to order drugs. We don't have the capacity to order big set of drugs, thousands and millions of drugs. So because they too benefit from economy of scale. So we'll always have this problem. And so what we have to do, maybe, Mr. Honorable Member, Mrs. Dr. Singh, Frank, Anthony, we may have to, rather than buying every year drug, maybe buy every 2 years. Because it's something that you may want to think about. Because if you buy 1 year, it's always, so you may have to buy 2 drugs, right? I mean, 2 years or 3, make it like a kind of multi-year. So something to consider. All right, that's my recommendation, sir. All right? And these manufacturers, as I was saying, certainly want to benefit from economies of scale. Mr. Speaker, it's good to know that Guyana plans to partner with intergovernmental South-South cooperation. I saw the first, His Excellency, I think, went to COP21, where we met with Ms. Maya, Her Excellency Maya Motley, and some others from Africa and Brazil. And this initiative, I think, was birthed. It's aimed at developing, manufacturing 60% of all essential contemporary pharmaceuticals for the populations of Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa by 2040. I think it's a step in the right direction. Although initial intent was for the cooperation to focus on the next generation oncological drugs, preventative and therapeutic vaccines, as well as on modalities for women's health is also to be considered. So once this project is started, it's possible there may be the manufacturing and scaling up of other drugs. So there's still some light at the end of the tunnel. 4118, human resource capacity. Mr. Speaker, according to Kimberly Amado, human capital refers to the economic value of workers' experience and skills. The author stated that human capital allows the economy to grow. Mr. Speaker, if there is an increase in human capital, it follows that there will be an increase in science, in education, in social well-being. There will be a concomitant increase in equality, productivity, and improved participation, innovation. Medical personnel, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, technologies do make up the sinews of any health system. Mr. Speaker, the quality of health care is dependent on the quality of doctors. $500 million allocated in 2023 is inadequate, as capacity building is one of the pull factors leading to the migration of healthcare professionals. I recommend to the minister to have retention strategies that will reduce push factors and encourage our healthcare workers, our valued assets, to make their contribution to this fastest growing economy. Non-communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, NCDs usually take up 70% of the health budget. It was a former president and retired brigadier, Mr. David Arthur Granger, in his book, Public Health is a Public Good, stated, as I quote, preventable lifestyle disease characterized most notoriously by alcohol and drug abuse, the excessive consumption of processed and fast foods, lack of recreation and sport and sedentary habits, such as cancers and diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, obesity. Those are the consequences and spin-offs of those kind of lifestyle and behaviors. The author went on to say that the known chronic diseases, along with injuries caused by careless road and workplace accidents, have resulted and inflicted huge social and economic costs, become a public health burden, and reduce human productivity and financial security of families. Mr. Speaker, there is certainly no health without mental health. In 2014, Guyana had the highest estimated suicide rate in the world, 44.2 per 100,000. In 2017, this rate was reduced by 24.63 per 100,000. It is the wish of this honorable member of this side of the divide that with the passage of the Suicide Prevention Act 2022 and the Mental Health Protection and Promotion Act 2022, a further reduction of the suicide rate will be realized. In addition, before coming up here, one of my colleagues from my side made me to know that if there's some mental health issue in Linden, the person will have to go till to Georgetown. We would have trained several doctors and healthcare workers on MH gap, and so they should be able to be first lines to assist that. I know they have mobile clinics, but we still want to, go to the next level, but make sure that those doctors who are trained don't lose what they, if they don't use it, they will lose it. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that low social class, social deprivation, and lack of social support are among the determinants of health. So unemployment and the lack of adequate housing have been recognized as a major predictor of morbidity and mortality and can be associated with a number of chronic and severe health problems. So, Minister, Dr. Frank Anthony, the honorable member, special attention should be paid to the residents of Mocha as it relates to NCDs.
Honorable member, paying attention to the clock and giving you back the interruption, you will need an extension.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Comrade Speaker, I do move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable member, you may continue for 5 minutes to conclude.
Now putting on my mic. Mr. Speaker, according to PAHO WHO, communicable diseases inflict an unquantifiable social cost on individual, families, and communities with their health, economic, and social costs, preventing the full achievement of health. PAHO WHO further stated that HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and neglected infectious disease account for 6% of the total burden of disability-adjusted life years, dailies, across age groups and sexes in the Americas in 2017. Apart from screening for malaria and tuberculosis, it is about time that efforts be made to regularize and to regulate roadside dumps, canals, and cracks that provide habitats for mosquito larvae. Maternal child health, paragraph 4123, refers to the construction of a world-class pediatric and maternal hospital to revolutionize the quality of care provided. The operationalizing of the waiting homes at Maruka and the completion of the waiting homes in Mabaruma. While the homes at Cato and New Amsterdam are still to be operationalized, Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC supports any intervention that will promote a woman's ability to receive the care needed to be safe and healthy throughout pregnancy and childbirth, while protecting women's sexual and reproductive rights. Mr. Speaker, maternal mortality and neonatal mortality is a national tragedy. Mr. Speaker, about 99% of these deaths are preventable. While skilled care by healthcare providers is an imperative, an enabling environment is equally important. There must be medical supplies and drugs and transportation and communication systems for referrals, supportive policies, informed women and family members, and mother-friendly approach to service delivery. In addition, there is anecdotal evidence that the mothers are poorly monitored through pregnancy and childbirth. Hence, the re-emphasis of a strong primary care focus in the polyclinics and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to ad nauseum on this topical issue, thus encouraging the Minister of Health to ensure that appropriate interventions are made at the referral hospital as well as the other 4 levels of care so as to be in conformity with accepted standards and common obstetric practice. I would encourage the goodly Minister, the Honourable Member, to follow the best practices of countries like Finland, Greece, Poland. For every 100,000 births, they just have 3 mothers die, compared with Guyana with a maternal mortality rate of 112 per 100,000. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to highlight some of our achievements. Of course, we reduced the infant mortality rates. We did a lot of good things in the maternal mortality rate. We also reduced those. We did a lot of training. We had access to public health services for adolescents, increased access, constructed National Mental Health Unit, which is in Kwamina Street. We had the first public health cardiac intensive care unit of the Guyana. We had new open competitive bidding processes was used for the first time in January 2016. We trained minors in Region 8 to use malaria rapid testing kits to administer treatment for the uncomplicated cases of malaria. We had 36 foreign medical missions facilitated, be it bridges and flying doctors, through the international desk. I think you dismantled the international desk. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I just want to conclude. Permit me to conclude, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Budget 23, as presented by Mr. Ashley Singh, the Honorable Member and Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, cannot be supported by the member of this side of the divide, as the measures put forward did not address the quality of life of the citizens of Guyana. The measures lacked predictability. The minister was unable to convince the Guyanese people, 40% of whom are hurting and poor, as in the World Bank report that was mentioned earlier, that a balance was not struck between addressing the pressing needs of today and any future investments. During the budget speech, the populace is more confused, Mr. Speaker, as the growth and development of the economy failed to differentiate, the Honorable Minister, Doctor, failed to differentiate between productivity and expansion, and was unable to differentiate, give the difference between expenditure versus capital formation. The 2023 budget is indicative of the PPPC not having a comprehensive plan to govern the country amid the growing oil economy. I would encourage the Guyanese people, are you listening? Despite the dismal outlook, do not despair. I will let them know, Mr. Speaker, that the good life certainly cannot be established while particular families, a few friends and favorites pursue self-interest because of disability, poverty, illiteracy, or lack of opportunity. The Guyanese nation, fellow Guyanese, you cannot be left behind. The APNU AFC will be back at the helm of the government to make Guyana great again. I will remind the nation that there's still power to the people right on, and Luther continua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Lee Williams. Lee, you may proceed. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last 3 days of budget debate, I have listened to the members of the opposition contribution on budget 2023. And every contributor who stood up to speak of no substance. They're clueless, incompetent. All they do is to come here to this honorable house to insult the Guyanese population by making a public statement that they do not support budget 2023. Every member repeatedly make it public that they do not support the budget. Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond to Honorable Dawn Hastings, who just stepped out. I would have been happy if she had been sitting here. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Doctor's Quarter in Kako was constructed, but was an empty building. It was not furnished by the APNU AFC. That is why Doctor went in and come out, because it was not furnished by APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawn Hastings, Minister, who was Minister of Communities responsible for water. She did not do any major project in Upper Mazaruni. She ignored the water system in Camarang. She then became Minister of State. She did not use her high office to solve the overcrowding at Desiree Cesar Fox Secondary. She ignored that school as a Minister of State. Honorable, of course. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Don Hastings again spoke about land case in Upper Mazruni, which, even though I respect the court ruling, I want to put on the record, she did not tell the whole story. It is the PNC President, Desmond Hoy then, who handed over reduced land title to two houses in Upper Mazruni. If you don't know, just put it on the record today. I was 10 years old then at Ramadan when that was handed over by Desmond Hoy. It was a political gimmick just before election in 1991. So it was not the PPP who fooled the Amerindian people. It was the PNC led by youth Desmond Hoy who reduced the land title and who put the Amerindian people in Upper Maz at stake and who put the lives of Amerindian Upper Mazruni in the court. And it's not the PPP government. Mr. Speaker, before I can begin my contribution, I would like to commend Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with the responsibility of Finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and his staff at the Ministry of Finance for working assiduously to bring the budget at the right time. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party Civic, since assuming office on 2nd August 2020, have been fulfilling its commitment outlined in its manifesto. And Budget 2023 is not exceptional. Budget 2023 is a balanced, people-centered budget addressing the pressing needs of today so that all Guyanese lives can be improved today while building prosperity for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is a third full budget presented to this House by the PPPC government. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record, not straying from my presentation, but to go back a little in Budget 2020, so that my Guyanese brothers and sisters who tune in today to hear our contribution must understand and remember that this year budget is a third full budget presented by the PPC government. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2020 was presented as an emergency budget in September 2020. In my view, that budget was to regularize what the APNU-AFC coalition did between 2015 and 2020. Mr. Speaker, in that budget, the People's Progressive Party Civic reversed all 200 heavily taxes, removed VAT from water, light, data that was imposed on all Guyanese, all citizens of Guyana, including the Amerindians and senior citizens. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government reinstated all policies and measures that the APNU-AFC coalition discontinued. We, the Guyanese, must not forget the hardship that was imposed on ordinary man. It is the PPPC government that brought back these policies and measures to bring disposable income to the Guyanese people. And some of the measures are the Because We Care cash grant for all school children, subsidies for senior citizens, one-off cash grant of $25,000 per household, bonus for joint services, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government continues to deliver yet another budget under the theme Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. Indeed, the budget is a people-centered budget that brings relief to the ordinary. The budget before us is a budget that will improve the livelihood of all Guyanese, that can bring disposable income to the pockets of all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, I have noted remarks made by leader of the opposition, and I have in my hand the statement he made in the Kaicher News that the budget 781.9 billion as a dead meat, and a press release by the opposition leader stating that the increases of all pension as shameful, criticizing increase of all public assistance as shameful, criticizing increases of Because We Care cash grant to all Guyanese children as shameful, increasing Amerindian CSO from 2,500 to 3,000 in 2023 as shameful, providing the breakfast for school children as shameful, training of our young people in health sciences as shameful.
Honorable member, you're quoting someone and saying it's shameful in the House?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ramjatan yesterday stated that 2023 is to buy out vote. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask honorable member, what did you do to buy votes? Nothing, absolutely nothing. That is why you are there and will be there on the opposition seat for a long, long time. Mr. Speaker, instead of buying votes, the APNUFC tried to steal Guyana democracy for 5 months, from 2nd March to...
Yeah, but I wouldn't allow stealing either.
Mr. Speaker, I can use the word they try to hide or sink democracy of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, all they do is come here to divide Guyanese population. Use race as a bait. Mr. Speaker, we as a government, PPPC government, will not divide but rather build one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that 2023 budget, $781.9 billion, is a people-centered budget regardless of which society you belong to. $4.7 billion is allocated for Amerindian development, an initiative to improve the livelihood of Amerindian people. Mr. Speaker, I want to outline some of the development programs that will be implemented in 2023. Youth will be employed under CSO program from 2,000 to 3,000 in 2023. A further $5 million is allocated for land titling project. $2.7 billion is budgeted for Amerindian Development Fund, which include training in tourism and hospitality, improvement on transportation, presidential grant, agriculture, processing, and food security. These programs will alleviate the village economy. Mr. Speaker, the vision of the PPPC government, led by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, the Low Carbon Development Strategy 2020 vision has moved to a reality in 2022. A major milestone was achieved for Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government is a government of one Guyana. I want to put on record that between 2015 and 2020, a sitting APNU-AFC government minister came to this house and said that if the Amerindian needs more land, the Amerindian must not benefit from oil revenue. And he further went to say that the Amerindians are avaricious, meaning greedy, and never apologized to date. And the Amerindians will remember and must not forget this insult to the first people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government has a heart not only to the Amerindians, but to the Guyanese population. So the revenues from oil belongs to the people of Guyana, and the Amerindians will not be left behind. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party civic government has a national plan for all Guyana from all revenues, including oil and forest. I want to put on record that under the LCDS, the PPPC government has committed 15% of revenue received from forest carbon credit that will go to the Amerindian development. This will be invested in village sustainability plan produced by the Amerindian village and community. This is in addition to the national budget that the villages in the hinterland will be benefiting from. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC coalition replaced the LCDS with Guyana Green State Strategy. And in that strategy, it proposes the revision of Amerindian Act through an inclusive and consensual process based on free, prior, and informed consent to address issues of concern to Amerindian people and bring the act in line with international obligations. In 2015, the APNU-AFC, during their campaign at Camarang, Mr. Nigel Yu, he was the candidate for AFC, and Honorable Don Hastings, promised that they will revise the Amerindian Act 2006 as soon as they assume office. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC, who now sit in the opposition, did nothing, absolutely nothing, to revise the Amerindian Act 2006. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that provision is given in Budget 2023 to commence consultation of the Amerindian Act 2006, and we will fulfill our promise. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to education. Our children are our future leaders for tomorrow. And my government has allocated $9.4 billion to improve infrastructure, new schools for learners. As a matter of fact, new schools were constructed at Iturumbang, Dark Point, Isano, Kurutuku. New school will be constructed and completed at Ramadan, to name a few. In 2023, the lives of education will be improved. Improve performance, level, and curricular development, textbook, teacher training on the coast and hinterland. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government reinstated Because We Care cash grant to all school children that was discontinued or abolished by APNU and AFC in 2015 upon assuming office. And 2020-21 school year, because we cash grant program was reinstated from $10,000 prior 2015 to 15,000 plus the 5,000, sorry, 15,000 plus 4,000 uniform allowance, that give the child $19,000 per child. In 2021-2022, it was increased to 25,000 plus 5,000 uniform allowance, giving the child 30,000 per child disposable to the children of Guyana. And Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the People's Progressive Party civic has increased because we care cash grant to almost 34%, from 25,000 to 35,000 plus 5,000 uniform allowance, giving a child of $40,000 per child. This will benefit over 214,000 school children in public and private school, and this will place additional $8.6 billion in the hands of school-age children parents. Putting in the perspective, Mr. Speaker, because of time, I have known a father and a mother who has 6 children, who struggle without the Bs, boots, bicycle boots, and all the Bs that you can think of under the APNU AFC government. Mr. Speaker, under the PPPC government, we do care about our school children. So if you do a simple maths problem solving, you will find the answer that a parent who I know of 6 children will receive 40,000 per child times 6, 240,000 to one family, 240,000 to one family in their pocket. And this is reality, not a guess. These measures are not shameful or buying votes, but rather improving the lives of Guyanese school children. Honorable Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ms. Finance, at yesterday's presentation spoke about equity. Honorable member came to this house and lectured us about putting the poor people first. Mr. Speaker, honorable member seems to be losing her memories and has a dead brain. I want to remind my Guyanese brothers and sisters that the same APNUFC, upon assuming office in 2015, forget about the poor people. Instead of giving the poor first, they increase their salary 50%. Instead of giving the poor first, the APNUFC take away $10,000 because we care cash grant from the poor school children. Instead of giving the poor first, they dismiss 2,000 CSOs. Instead of giving the poor first, they take away subsidies from pensioners. Instead of giving the poor first, they impose 200 new taxes to the poor. And I can go on and on. Mr. Speaker, 2023 781.9 budget is a budget that will bring relief and transform Amerindians and all Guyanese under One Guyana initiative. Mr. Speaker, a One Guyana government does not only care about one sector. Our elderly pension has increased 60% since 2020, from 20,500 to 33,000 in 2023. In addition, Mr. Speaker, our senior citizens have benefited from one-off cash grant of 25,000 and 28,000 in 2022, respectively.
Honorable member, I want you to benefit from an extension, so let's get someone to move that.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that my honorable colleague is given time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Water is life, so in 2023, $1.4 billion will be spent on for further upgrade and extension of water supply in hinterland of region 1, 2, 7, and 9. Mr. Speaker, in August 2022, I visited Iseneru Tasrin Isanu. Sad to say, Mr. Speaker, the then APNUFC, who now speak about equity, forget to give the poor with potable water to the residents of Tasrin and Iseneru. Mr. Speaker, today as I speak, Tasrin, Iseneru, Kamrang, Juwala, and Wamdang will now enjoy the flow of water in their cups, and their cups will continue to overflow under the PPPC government. Thanks to Mr. Colin Crowell, who visited these areas in the later part of 2022 to commission this water system. Mr. Speaker, in health sector, we have done a lot of work on health center. For the first time in Kamrang Cameron is soon to have a functioning new theater that will, with the new equipment and improved laboratory dental services. First-time surgeries will be done in Cameron District Hospital under the PPPC government. Improved health services, extension of health facilities with attending government medical officer at Imbamadai, Kaikan, Ichirumbang, Purima, Juala, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, the government has trained 20 community health workers in Region 7 as part of PPC government plan to improve health services in Amerindian communities, and will continue to train the young people in the respective region in order for them to return to their respective village to give their services to their village. So, Mr. Speaker, I can go on, but I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, that I've been hearing from the opposition side about friends and families. But I want to let you know, or the House know, that we are friends and family, even the opposition side. That is why spouse of the honorable member on the Down Hastings get contracts every year from the government, and he alone benefit from the contract. Whereas the village council should have get the contract, he gets the contract. That's because he's our friends and families in our region. Mr. Speaker, because you are our friends and families, your grandchildren, your children will be benefited from it because we care cash grant. Because you are our friends and family, your grandmother, your grandfather will be benefited from increased pension, Mr. Speaker. Because you are our family, we on the government side is calling or appealing on the opposition to be part of the solution by joining the government and pass the budget 2023. That should be noted as being part of the solution and not a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend and support the budget 2023, 781.9 billion, with no new taxes be passed in the House, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Ms. Lee Williams. And let us welcome the Honorable Member Ms. Beverly Alert for her maiden presentation in the National Assembly. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get into my presentation on Budget 2023, if you will permit me, Mr. Speaker, to express my sincere appreciation to the clerk and staff of the public buildings. They have been nothing but helpful, Mr. Speaker, and very professional. I commend them, sir. And to the members on both sides of the House who welcomed me so warmly, I really appreciate it. And especially to you, Mr. Speaker, your words of encouragement, taking the time to chat with me, take me through a few steps, and your offer of an open door should I ever have need for it. I thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, before I get really into Budget 2023, let me address a few things that I've been hearing in the House. And first, it has to do with the engagement with the National Tushao Council. I don't know, sir, how the People's Progressive Party civic government engages with the Amerindian community, but I can say for the coalition government, our policy, our position was that we respect the Amerindian peoples, we establish protocols for engagement, and that is why, sir, in 2019, sir, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the National Tushao Council to establish how we engage with that group that represents the Amerindian peoples of Guyana. It's here, sir. Further, sir, to quote from a DPI article of November 5th, 2018. That article, sir, sets out and it reports on assistance given by the Ministry of Natural Resources to the National Tushao Council. office supplies. It states what will be given, and it also states what was already given in the form of computer equipment and other supplies. And there are other records within the Ministry of Natural Resources, I'm sure still exist, of how the coalition government engaged and provided for the National Two-Shows Council, including renting a building for them, sir. Mr. Speaker, we've also heard about Amerindian land titling. And let us go to the foundation of that. And it is rested in when we became an independent nation. You know, in 1965, Guyana's first Amerindian Member of Parliament, Stephen Campbell, accompanied a PNC delegation headed by then Forbes Burnham to London to negotiate the terms of Guyana's imminent independence. Annex C of the independence agreement stipulated that the independent government provide legal ownership or rights of occupancy for Amerindians over areas and reservations or parts thereof where any tribal community of Amerindians is now ordinarily resident or settled. And it went on, the article, that, and I'll provide this, sir, by 1976, the Amerindian Act, passed by the then PNC government to give effect to Annex C, resulted in some Amerindian villages obtaining titles to their lands. 1976. And this is reported in Guyana Times, sir. Further in Guyana Chronicle, February 12, 2020, and I'll get that report for you, sir. There's an article that stated that by then, 15,552 square miles, or 18.8% of Guyana's land mass, was titled, of which 11.9% was done by, under President Forbes Burnham and President Hoyt. Those are facts, Mr. Speaker. Those are facts. Mr. Speaker, let me first and foremost state that, and to allow me to place on record, appreciation for the work done by all the public servants across all the ministries, all the departments who made their contributions to get the budget to this House. It's not an easy task, so their work is appreciated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the members of the government side of the House, comparing what the APNU AFC did while in government to what they're doing now. Mr. Speaker, 2015 to 2019, Ghana was not an oil-producing nation. The big bucks of oil and gas were not available. That period, the period of the coalition government, and the present period of this PPP government is like chalk to cheese, Mr. Speaker, chalk to cheese. You just can't compare it. But let's look at some facts, Mr. Speaker. As I said, what the present government has available for spending now was not available during the term of office of the coalition government. That is fact. What is also fact, and which you will not hear from the government side, is the fact that the revenues they are now enjoying and spending, this big spending, and it seems as though on the government side it's just spend, spend, spend. Well, on this side we're talking results, results, results. And so that money that they're now spending, Mr. Speaker, it was made possible by the hard work, the diligence, the commitment of the coalition government under whose stewardship, especially that of former Minister of Natural Resources, Raphael Trotman, who saw this country move into first oil in just about 4 years, half the time of the global national average, which is 9 years. We did it in 4 years, Mr. Speaker, less than half the time. From discovery to production, the fastest ramp up ever. That's a fact. Mr. Speaker, It took vision, it took drive, and absolute commitment to the people of Guyana to get there in 4 years. Mr. Speaker, when the coalition government forged ahead to bring Guyana's oil and gas industry on stream, there was a clear, unambiguous policy of where we're going with this newfound wealth. Our intention is that the revenues from the industry must be for the development of a better quality of life for all Guyanese. Not just some, not just family, not just friends and favorites, all Guyanese. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, when you look at it, the first FPSO was named Lisa Unity. It set out the trajectory that the coalition government was going to move in. It sent a clear message that Guyana's newfound wealth must first and foremost forge national unity. That's the first thing that our wealth must do for the people, all the people of this country. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, sadly, the focus of the present government is just the opposite. Look at it further, Mr. Speaker. Subsequent FPSOs, the Lisa Destiny, it was an indication of where we were going to go next, and I'm talking progression and development, Mr. Speaker. Ensuring that Guyana fulfills its destiny as the breadbasket of the Caribbean. Food security for our people. That was the vision, Mr. Speaker, for a unified people moving towards a destiny that we'd heard about ever so long, pre-independence. Guyana, the food basket of the Caribbean. Food security, ensuring food security. Mr. Speaker, Guyana was once the big brother of the Caribbean, the go-to place for opportunities, for teachers, for nurses, for well-trained people in all the fields. The attorneys of Guyana represented this country well all over the world. Yes, we do to a large extent. I agree with you, sir. Right? We need to get back there. That, Mr. Speaker, is our destiny, to be the big brother of the region, and managed carefully, we can realize that destiny without taking anything away from the Guyanese people, without making them feel as though foreigners are taking away their jobs and wealth. We can do it, Mr. Speaker. Now, the vision was, having placed ourselves well on the path to realize our destiny, then as a unified nation, we would have walked hand in hand to prosperity. And so you had the FPSO, Lisa Prosperity. You know, Mr. Speaker, it was the intention that all our people enjoying the prosperity of our nation, the future of all generations secured. That is where we were going to head. It was a vision, Mr. Speaker. It was a vision with a plan that would encompass each and every Guyanese. You know, before we start our daily proceedings here in the House, the clerk would read a prayer. I don't know how many of us listen to that prayer, Mrs. Speaker, but there is a line that speaks to the vision so to lead. And that, Mr. Speaker, that was the coalition vision, to lead this nation in unity towards a common destiny, to prosperity, a vision of a better quality of life for all our people, a vision of unity, as I said, and of prosperity. What we're witnessing today, Mr. Speaker, is a total reversal of noble aspirations, you know, the realization of our destiny, all our people, and prosperity for all our people. Mr. Speaker, one thing we can agree on, both sides of the House, is that Budget 2023 is indeed the largest budget to date. You know, over $700 million for spending. And about half of that, Mr. Speaker, will be spent on capital works. Roads here, bridges there, schools, a building here, a building there, building everywhere. Big contracts for the boys. But over here on this side of the house, Mr. Speaker, it's about value for money. It's not just the spending. We want value for money. And Mr. Speaker, for instance, take a drive through Parfait Harmony in Region 3. The government talks of to make a lot of noise about the 4-lane highway. Are we glad for the 4-lane highway? You know, the bridge across the Demerara River, we're waiting for it, the kilometers and roads and streets being done. However, Mr. Speaker, look at the quality of works done. 2 vehicles cannot pass side by side on those streets in what we, the West Siders, call the area. One would have to go off the edge of the road onto the shoulder so that the other one can pass. That's the reality on the ground. Mere months after these roads and streets are done, Mr. Speaker, potholes appear. It's like pox, contagious. They're spreading. Today's one pothole. Within a few days, it's a series of potholes. You know, when I go through Derry, I'm reminded of a satirical show where reference was made to mommy pothole, daddy pothole, and all them pick-me potholes. Mr. Speaker, in Derry, they're granddaddy potholes. You don't have the gutter drains the road or the road drains the gutter. Because during the rainy season, gutter and potholes are one. You'd see young women, baby in hand, bag over one shoulder, baby bag over the other shoulder, shoes in their hands, struggling through mud to get to a dry spot where they can clean off and put on their shoes. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. Even in the dry weather, taxis and minibuses refuse to go through certain streets in Derry because of the destruction those streets would cause to their vehicles. And we ain't talking the old streets and the old roads, we're talking the new ones that do months back. That's the underground reality, Mr. Speaker. It's not just about how much we spend and the massive allocation. It's about how we improving people's quality of lives. It is about getting value for money. Mr. Speaker, continuing to look at Region 3. Over 60% of the children writing NGSE fail to score half of the pass mark in all subject areas. Primary education, Mr. Speaker, primary education. You know, the Honorable Minister spoke of the schools being built, the allocations, the textbook, the buses, the feeding programs, and we support that. But what was not addressed, Mr. Speaker, was that the fact that with all the money being spent, too many of our nation's children are leaving school and they don't have the passes to get into university. They don't have the wherewithal to join the workforce.
Honorable member, we have this wherewithal to give you an extension.
Thank you. Comrade Speaker, I do move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to conclude your maiden presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chief Whip. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about children coming out of school and not being equipped for the workplace. We all know that our schools need help. Our teachers need help. Mr. Speaker, look at what's happening in the schools now. You find parents going in and assaulting teachers, parents that you would want to think would know better. They go in there and be judge, jury, and executioner, dispensing their own brand of classroom justice. Mr. Speaker, how will Budget 2023 cater for the trauma that those teachers, those parents have to go through? How will it ensure the safety of our children? You know, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh is a brilliant economist. Give him some data, give the Honorable member some data, some numbers, and he would craft any story you want here. Sad ones, happy ones, angry ones. And Budget 2023 is no different. It's a cleverly crafted story, Mr. Speaker. But I believe that the PPP has underestimated the capacity of the Guyanese people to discern illusions. The average Guyanese on the street, they may not have their PhD and MSc and MBAs, but they have a healthy dose of common sense. And they can easily recognize when they get in a 6 for 9, Mr. Speaker. Never underestimate the common sense of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about salary increase. I wanted to address the conditions our women folks are living through. You know, every day you open the papers, Mr. Speaker, some woman is being assaulted. Oftentimes they lose their lives, Mr. Speaker. You know, just recently you read that gruesome report of a woman, her intestines ripped out. Mr. Speaker, we want to see value for money from all these programs. And we support the cash grant given to children. And we want to see more. We want to see that the children who go to clinics, the preschoolers, they must get too. You know, and hopefully by next year, when we come back here, it's not just a one-off annual grant to the school children, but every term they can get a package. That is what we want to see, Mr. Speaker. You know, you're asking for proposals. There are proposals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me, as I come to a close, address the children we have in institutional care. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that the children are our future. Why do we have so many children in institutional care? Children belong with families, and there must be the social program that would help persons who want to adopt children to do so. The state must assist in that so that our future, not in institutions, our future growing up in homes, growing up with families that can love them and care for them and nurture them so that they can take their rightful place in society. Mr. Speaker, a great irony is taking place here in our country. And it's final, Mr. Speaker. Over off the coast of Guyana, you have the offshore oil and gas industry, bringing in great revenues, and we're glad for that. We worked towards that. It is also a great polluter. In the hinterland, you have the forests. You can refer to it as the factory that is cleaning up the pollution, the lungs. And recently, Guyana signed this massive agreement that would see carbon credits come into this country. Great job. But, Mr. Speaker, why is it that the area where the lungs and the factory is cleaning up the environment, cleaning up the pollution, they're just getting the minute percentage of the earnings? Give 50% to the Amerindian people, give it to the National Two-Shout Council so that Amerindian villages can decide how they want it, because they are the ones taking care of the forest, they are the ones preserving the forest, and they deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, on setting the pace for your future presentations in the House. Thank you very much. And now, for the experience, Dr. Jennifer Westford, our Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the pleasure is mine today to add my support to this 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, my congratulations are extended to the Honorable Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh, Minister of Finance, for his Herculean effort in the crafting, preparation, and the presentation of this budget. Congratulations are also extended to the staff of the Ministry of Finance who worked diligently beyond the call of duty to ensure that this budget was presented to this nation on time. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member that just spoke, Ms. Alert, that had her maiden speech. Mr. Speaker, let me correct some things that she said. One is that it was the former President Janet Jagan who first brought Exxon to this country in 1999. And Mr. Speaker, in April of 2015, under the presidency of His Excellency Donald Ramotar, is when Exxon first announced that they found oil in April 2015. Exactly, it was a big joke. But unfortunately for this country, Mr. Speaker, the PPP lost the elections and there entered into the ring the APNU AFC. And Mr. Speaker, in April of 2015, Mr. Speaker, in May of 2015, it's when APNU collected $3.6 billion and signed what I would deem a messy production agreement bonus. Mr. Speaker, and the rest we know about. The rest is history. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member also made, what was she asking? She was asking for single parents to be supported by government, that we should help persons who have lots of children. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member was paying attention when the Honorable Minister of Human Services was speaking, and the honorable members, Mr. Mahi Paul was not making so much of noise, they would have heard when she mentioned the two programs that she was implementing to assist those very persons. So, Mr. Speaker, it means that we should listen carefully when persons are speaking in this House, so that we wouldn't distort or misinform the public. Mr. Speaker, the theme of this budget, improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow, properly describes what this budget is designed to achieve for all of our people. This budget, sir, comes at a juncture when the eyes of the world are focused on us. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the major economists worldwide are keenly waiting to see if Guyana will become the next Dutch disease victim. But I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that their wait shall be in vain. Because this PPPC administration will continue to implement scientifically proven, prudent economic practices which will be sustainable for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, When the honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan, spoke, he said that his party had proposed to the Minister of Finance that he do the following things immediately. And those things were, one, increase the minimum wage to $120,000, increase old age pensions to $50,000, and increase the public assistance to $40,000. Mr. Speaker, clearly, sir, it is obvious that the honorable member knows nothing about sustainable economic practices. He is behaving, sir, like the man who had the goose that laid the golden egg. And he thought that instead of waiting for one golden egg every day, it was best he killed that goose and he will get hundreds of eggs. But we all know, sir, what was the outcome of that story. Sir, the goose was dead and there were no more golden eggs. Mr. Speaker, similarly, we heard other members of the opposition calling for additional spending on various activities during their budget presentations. Let it be known, sir, that this government will not acquiesce to the frivolous demands of our colleagues on the opposite side of the House, which will obviously land us into the same hole that the dead goose ended up into. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Ramjatan alleged that there is an undernutrition phenomenon that is occurring in Guyana. Also, Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Member, Mr. Roysdale Ford, made his presentation, he also mentioned about the presence of malnutrition in our communities. Mr. Speaker, let me set the records, or let me remind the honorable members, and for those who may not have known, I would like the honorable, either of the two honorable members, to point us to any statistics that show us that there is an increase or that there are numbers, lots of persons with undernutrition disease, or, as the honorable member Mr. Ford said, malnutrition. Mr. Speaker, the facts are that it was this PPPC government who, I don't want to say stopped, but we diminished, and more so we would want to say eliminated that scourge of undernutrition from this country in the early part of 1994. When we took government in 1992, sir, you know what we took over? There was a special ward by the name of the Pediatric Malnutrition Ward in this country. And all of us, I think, we look at the TV and we see those gruesome photographs that the donor agencies put up with malnourished children from the continents of, in some Latin American countries and the continent of Africa. And we probably cringe when we see those little children with fine limbs, very stick-like limbs, big stomachs, a big head, and some little fine hair on it. Sir, that is what we had here in this country until the first quarter of 1994, sir. Sir, this is no joke. This is showing that this PPPC government has always and will always have people at the forefront of everything that we do. Mr. Speaker, there was another, and as a matter of fact, if we go back to statistics, we will see that one of the most the causes of death in children below 5 years old, 5 years and below, was what? Malnutrition, sir. Malnutrition and gastrointestinal diseases. Mr. Speaker, there was another thing too, which not only the children were affected. We had to deal with the adults. And where was it occurring? In one of our the government institution. Remember, they had the Berry Walk. And I'm convinced there are some persons who may still be alive who were incarcerated during that time who will have the scars to show what happened there. And sir, instead of Berry now in our prisons, we have persons going in skinny and coming out back well muscular out of our prisons. And sir, what we have now, instead of malnourished or undernourished children, I don't want to say malnutrition, because we have some doctors in here who would say that malnutrition means if you're undernourished or overnourished. Well, I'm going to say undernourished, because we don't have undernourished children right now. We have obese children. That's the issue that we're facing now in this country. And the Honorable Minister of Health will tell you, we are currently implementing mechanisms for nutritionists to advise our parents not to overfeed their children and have them fat, like our friend Mahi Paul over there. Mr. Speaker, so when the honorable members sit here and say things, they must...
But honorable member, you're confusing fat with muscular. I hope you're not imputing. Okay.
I would like to urge the honorable members of this House, and by now I think our discussions would be, we should be honorable, and I think the public would appreciate it and enjoy it more if we come here with constructive criticisms and the facts. If we come with facts, people out there might be able to relate to it. But then if we come with facts and people say, that's not, no, I don't believe that. Remember, when we speak, people listen to us. And I think we should try and stick to the facts sometimes, or all the time. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Mr. Ford, also said he is hoping, senior counsel, I will not take that from him. He called for the government to have a relationship, a meaningful relationship with the workers' union in order to look at better conditions for them. Mr. Speaker, let me, for the sake of informing Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ford, that this government has been having negotiations, interactions with the Public Service Union, and those negotiations and those interactions are aimed at improving the employment benefits, both salaried and non-salaried, of our workers. Mr. Speaker, maybe I know that Mr. Ford pays keen attention to what happens with the Public Service Union and the PSM, but I think something sidetracked him, because we have been meeting since last year, and we met quite a few times this year already. Year before last year, and we're scheduled to meet again this year very soon. Maybe he was busy. He was busy with some of the other comrades in here, indulging in his subverted phone calls, you know, so he couldn't play and plot, so he couldn't pay much attention to what was going on there. Mr. Speaker, The best of all, and I think we must appreciate that we may have some candidates for Hollywood here. The best of all was the honorable member, Miss Flubes. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, when the honorable member made her dramatically choreographed, listen to my words, Mr. Speaker, because I think she is a good candidate for Hollywood right now. Her dramatically choreographed presentation on the first day, and that was her opening batting of our parliament.
While you might be imputing she was auditioning, I will now have to ask that your audition be extended by 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask that my honourable colleague be given time to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Minister
Yes,
Teixeira.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Speaker. During her speech, she tried to portray this government of being uncaring, heartless, and most of all, racist. Mr. Speaker, and why was this so? Why was she saying that? All because there were a group of persons who were illegally squatting on the government lands, which are earmarked for developmental programs in this country. And Mr. Speaker, they were not removed sneakingly by night. They were firstly informed that they would need to remove. They were offered packages, sir, relocation packages, which some of them accepted and some of them refused. Most of them accepted, thank you. But some of them who were instigated, and I think we know who did that, who were instigated not to receive those packages. Those were the ones who eventually were removed. Mr. Speaker, I am going to quote something and then I will say where it's from. No, let me say where it's from first. Mr. Speaker, this is a quote from Mrs. Valerie Adams Patterson, who was the former Minister of Housing of the PPPC government. And this article, sir, is on the DPI website. APNU government, sir, sorry. And this is what she said, sir. And these words that she spoke was after there was demolition of some houses in Seafield, Sophia, in 2016, sir. In the wee hours of the morning, when, yes I can, I will do so, when children were asleep, sir, the wee hours of the morning. And this is what she said when the media approached her on the very day. Mr. Speaker, she said, we, meaning the government of the day, cannot continue to operate the way we have been operating. Order has to come. And if we are trying to do it in a decent manner, and people don't want to cooperate with us, then we have to bring the hammer down. So, I am appealing to all Guyanese because it is not only happening in Sophia. Stop the squatting. And she said something interesting. We know we have issues with land allocation. We are working on it. Stop the squatting. Mr. Speaker, as I said, these words were spoken by the former APNU AFC Minister of Housing. And Mr. Speaker, this was not only done in Sophia. There were also demolitions in Region 3 and in East Ranville. Mr. Speaker, let me try and be fast. Mr. Speaker, most of the speakers of the opposition also had issues with our infrastructure program. But Mr. Speaker, I dare say that most of my colleagues on the opposite side, they don't understand that the infrastructural development is undertaken by countries to achieve the goal of enhancing economic growth and further improving the quality of life of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, the gamut of infrastructural enhancements that we are going to be seeing in this budget is definitely going to improve the lives of our people. Mr. Speaker, time would not permit me to give all of the infrastructural developments that would be expected. Mr. Speaker, when the honorable member, agricultural minister was speaking, and he said that we're leaders in agriculture, somebody shouted, because you have oil. Mr. Speaker, it is not because we have oil. It is because they all recognize that our fiscal policies are sound and it is translating into sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to reiterate the PPPC's government commitment to the construction of a one Guyana state, continued growth of our economy, improving livelihoods, as well as securing the long-term prosperity of our nation. Mr. Speaker, it is said, you wouldn't realize the distance you have walked until you look around and realize how far you have been. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that we have come a long, long way from where we were in 2020. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member Dr. Westford, and now for the Honorable Member Dr. Barry Ramsuran.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, rather, for giving me this opportunity to join with Dr. Westford to give you a wider overview of what the budget is intended to do. As a matter of fact, her contribution was so powerful that I think mine would be easier to complete, and we'll get to let you off home early tonight. Now, first of all, let me thank the team that prepared this budget. And why I'm doing that, sometimes or many times the persons looking at it, the Guyanese citizens, do not appreciate the amount of hard work that Dr. Ashley Singh and his team, some of them are here. But as I usually like to say, good things come wrapped in small packages. And I know I'm referring to the budget. I'm referring to the budget. So thank you, Dr. Singh, on behalf of Guyana, and especially persons working at certain levels. Now it's an early budget, and I don't think any speaker before me brought that to your attention. But I want to bring it to your attention to again congratulate the team, and let's see, what does it mean? I'll speak to an early budget, which has no new taxes. Congratulations, Minister. And at the same time, it's transformational. 3 major points I want to develop. Early, what it means? It means that when the funds are officially budgeted and passed through a certain legal process, the REOs and the RHOs, regional executive officers across the regions, and the RHOs, regional health officers, and their subordinates will have 12 months almost to deliver 12 months money worth. Usually because it comes about March, or sometimes one year I think the budget came out on All Fools Day. You remember that? So the timely budget or early budget gives those operatives the time that they need because we sometimes demand from the REOs and the executors in the field 12 months products when we take away the first 3 months as is in the past, and they have only 9. So I think that's a point we got to note, and it shows that we get in our governance structures and manner of managing government better and better all the time. No new taxes. I need not much to talk on that. It's early, no new taxes, and it's transformational. Transformational. It's laying the basis that in future, making us so strong in the health sector and related sectors, that we can build on strong shoulders, stand on strong shoulders in the coming years. For example, we've heard many times from many speakers here that there's 6 new hospitals. That is transformational. Remember just before the PPPC came into office around in 1992-93, we at that stage had inherited a system where they had only 157, I think it was, doctors in this country. And our hospital stock was not expanding, not even in the private sector. And many of those doctors, if not all, or practically all, were based in Georgetown and some such built-up population points in our country, New Amsterdam and so on, Bartica. That has changed with the number of doctors we have now. That was transformational. What this budget does is to build further on that, introducing training of other classes of workers, other groups of workers who need to help their doctors deliver their services better and better in more time, in more places, at more times, and so on, using more technology and more diagnostic skill. So that's good. Thank you for that. The transformation, 6 new hospitals. This is massive. This is massive. And it is predictory, it's transformational. We know that they're going to be oil and gas, people will be coming here, we have to come up to a world standard. But mainly it is for our people who will be enjoying now a wider network of hospitals that are modern, and not only that, well staffed, right? So please note that, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker and the wider audience, especially Guyanese out there. Of course, there will be teething problems, and you might have little delays in getting it, but I get from the discussions I'm having and being part of that everything is on track. In other words, Guyana is back on track. Guyana is back on track, back on track. Thank you, Minister Ashley Kumar Singh, Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh, for being part of the team that is putting us back on even keel. Remember that 5 years, that destructive 5 years? It's like a rotten fruit. Even if you remove it, it leaves a stain. And you're having a good representative of it now, showing how they were. They were indeed rotten. Is that an allowed word, Mr. Speaker? I'm now getting into the real mood now, you know. So, training. You must have, if your strategy is to expand in terms of hospitals, the next part of the strategy, the Ministry of Public Service will tell us, is you have to train the adequate personnel in right numbers, including not 1 shift, you got to cater for 3 shifts, you got to cater for pregnancies, you got to cater for holiday, vacation, and so on. So I want to thank Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh for doing that, and I know that the Minister of Public Service now is going to have a heck of a time. Lots of work to do, right? So I think she's up to it, you know. Well, Jenny is an advisor there, and that's a good move by this government. What this government did is give the ministers, new ministers, some support by administrators, by advisors. That is a good thing to do. Congratulations to President Erfinali, and of course the Prime Minister who's there, and the Deputy and the Vice President. Training. There's a massive program of training going on for the past few years. And I don't think Guyanese really appreciate the scale. For example, I said when we took over many decades ago, you would have about 30 or 40 nurses in any one program. Now it's massive to such an extent that we had to, and I did this quietly without any fanfare, we had to move out from the, not move out, we had to add to the East Street Nursing School. Everybody talked about nursing training as East Street Nursing School. That's a minuscule amount of people there. So the Kingston Nursing School, many people forget it, right? These were transformational and innovative initiatives. We took it over, it was in good condition and so on, and that was a very good move. Why? We have space now for additional training, not additional training in the day, but in the night too. And I'm happy for the first batches of the night nurses. They stood by me because they were being discouraged. Who they study in the night? How you can study in the night? They're going to get raped going home. The minibus are going to come here and all kind of thing. But that's, of course, don't the nurses work in the nighttime? Don't the student nurses that they were trying to put nighttime duties and nighttime learning, don't they eventually graduate and become qualified nurses who have to work in the nighttime? And some of them having their own kids at home, having their own issues. So I want to thank them for working right throughout the day after coming to the nursing school, giving service while having their own concerns. Congratulations. Congratulations. And I'm certain that Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh, when the wealth from the oil and gas has integrated, we can get a little top smoke. We can think on it. But it is not only money-wise. Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh might agree with me. Money, yes, but put in the training in your brains and from the schools, the nursing schools. So one major thing that this budget does is upgrade the nursing school. Upgrade the nursing school. Of course, staffing was always a little problem, and I think that he's already made arrangements in his budget to get better staff, qualified staff. As a matter of fact, when I was Minister of Health, we started to have doctors and laboratory technicians from the small islands. Big Brother Guyana here. Somebody stole that team copied that name from me. Guyana was being Big Brother, and I was pushing it in the health sector. Having met some of them when we traveled, the leaders of the health sector in the small islands, I came to the conclusion that we could invite some of them here to get the training. Big Brother Guyana, I want to copyright that term, right? And I think that the Minister of Public Service would have known that. I hope that hasn't been scaled back due to the intervention of 5 years mismanagement. But we were being united. Cricket and calypso is not enough to keep Guyana united with the Caribbean. So we were putting people-to-people contact. Because as you know, and I won't develop this point much beyond this time, Guyana is now full bore on its continental destiny. That's an aside you might want to think of. What does it mean? We have an influx of people from other countries and so on. How do we do border control? But that's aside. For this discussion, we have to indulge in massive training, which means we sometimes did not have the skills, and we had to import some of it in terms of training to make curricula and so on, Mr. Speaker. So that's one thing I want to say. I have found it in the new budget. They still have little rubrics supporting that, on that continuation of that massive activities. Lots of the work you see happening, a lot of things goes on behind closed doors. Lots of professionals are spending their nights getting together, the program, the training, and so on. So congratulations for being enlightened enough to continue that approach. Health democracy. You know, this word democracy is bantered about so much. I said, let me do it too. Health democracy. We're having systems now in place, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, where not only the advanced or developed areas, population points in the country are having resources to have doctors and nurses, but we even have them roving now, looking for patients. Because of the number of doctors we now have, you can send some of them out into the field to identify certain threats, health threats, before they become a threat, prophylactic. And I want to congratulate those doctors for sticking to the guns. Of course, there's some difficult ones that you have to manage sometimes, and the Public Service Ministry was very helpful in keeping them in line. Keeping them in line. Right. Why? Practically all of them, all of the doctors and other personnel, are on government contracts. They were educated not with their own funds. They took your funds. They were educated as civil servants, and they must give back. So I want to congratulate all the handlers, all the parents, and people who are related to these doctors for their great effort to get those doctors to come back and serve wherever they are sent in Guyana, because they signed such a contract. Okay? And I'm getting the impression that they're doing better and better all the time, in spite of you having a few bad eggs in the bunch, right? Improved diagnostics. I noticed in the budget there's massive increase in spending for imaging. In other words, non-invasive methods of diagnostics. And in such a case, some of the equipment is so sophisticated and the software sold with them that you can link up with centers of excellence overseas and be guided to how diagnostics. It's like magic. It's like the comic books we used to read, you know, when we were kids. You don't read comic books anymore now, right? Okay, but now it's a fact. So that's another good thing that is done. And I noticed that not only equipment is being provided or funds for the equipment, this very specialized equipment, but for training, okay? And this is where another aspect of it comes in, the diaspora. I didn't see indirectly or directly much mention of it in the budget preparation, but that's the next thing we can look on and remedy. Lots of the equipment that you'd have, Guyanese doctors, overseas, some of them retired or technicians, would have had some knowledge. So we need to reach out a little bit more to get that to get that cohort of Guyanese who want to come back to Guyana. And a Guyana that is blooming, not a Guyana of blackouts, not a Guyana of the organized thievery and so on. So the Guyana is better, and not only will the diaspora be coming back, but we are going to be having, we are laying the foundation for health tourism, whereby people coming in from jurisdictions who are accustomed to better things, modern medicine, if they come in, they will be having access to those 6 hospitals and so on. Of course, they will be made the hospitals mainly for Guyanese, but I get the impression that we will very well be looking for a foreign audience which can beef up the resources being garnered. Further, because of a massive training of doctors, and listen to it, 1,000 doctors. That was very scale. The PPP think on big scale, not coach, you know, these little small things. If we did not do that, we would not have been able to populate the new hospitals and health centers that we spread right across the country. It was vision. Over the past few years, we built dozens of health centers and hospitals, besides the 6 that are coming up. But hospitals and health centers, the 4 walls of those institutions don't deliver health services. It's the people who populate them, and the attitude, the work attitude too. So by and large, it's a success story with 2 prongs. The construction of infrastructure, which is going to be continuing with the 6 hospitals, plus there's other smaller ones. We must not forget that, smaller physical infrastructure. The 6 hospitals new will be eclipsing those. But your government, your party is taking it even further at various levels. I noticed, for example, in other parts of other sections of the economy, they're doing this training, the Gaisuko Training College, which was a kind of one of the best training colleges for such pupils, or such students rather, will be expanded and be made into a college now, a technical college. So President Ali's government is thinking not only specialized in one area, but also in the productive area, right? That is the Gaisuko School. As a matter of fact, we can put a plug for that. I do know that there are several graduates of that college who are overseas doing well, and their services are sought after. So I think with the more funds from the oil and gas, that institution is about to be upgraded, and I'm certain that the result will be even more qualified persons. The next thing I want to note,
Honorable Member, before you move to the next, you'll need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that my honorable colleague be given further time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Member Dr. Ramsaran, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Okay, got it. Maternal health, child health, the vaccination programs. Guyana is on top of the world in this regard, believe it or not. And it is because for the 20, 30 years starting under the PPPC, when Mr. Jagan insisted on this, the vaccination program was being done at the health centers for some 18 or 19 vaccine-preventable childhood diseases. That's how we were able to wade into COVID, and we did have deaths, but they were checked with other jurisdictions who didn't have that strong primary health system, and you'll see they did worse, including the United States. That's where you have paid medicine, where you have all the specialists in the world, but in Guyana you have dedicated medicine, free medicine. And what prophylaxis? The nurses would go out there and find the patients who are ill and have them come to the health center. So that we have a good model. The imaging capacity, as I said, is becoming more and more modern. In other words, we'll be having technology in our hospitals, which even some big hospitals overseas will not be having. We'll be having more specialists. That is where education comes in. It goes to health education. More specialists going more places and staying there overnight. It would not happen, but we have measures in place to do that. The vaccination program, as I want to let the nation know, and it's funded in the budget to continue that. We're going for about 20 vaccine-preventable childhood diseases. We have at the political level, we have where chronic diseases. Chronic diseases take over about 65% of our budget. And those are chronic diseases are things that you don't catch by somebody sneezing on you, but you're born with it, and in the later life you'll get it, like heart condition, diabetes, and so on. We're doing great in that because we are the doctors who are trained overseas, mainly in Cuba and other areas. We have enough of them now to specialize them in small areas, especially in child care, neonatology. A neonate is a child who is up to 28 years. A certain period of time calculated by doctors when they suspect that he still need to be in the neonatal arrangement. So we have been emphasizing that so that we can start off life from the very smallest level, hale and healthy, and you won't be having chronic diseases in the population after time. So there's better management too of the health centers. We have over 400 health facilities. Many of them are health centers. And what has happened, comrades, colleagues? Because of the massive number of doctors we have at health centers, every health center, practically a doctor. And in some cases, more than one. Whereas in the not so distant past, you'd have a medics or senior nurse. So that's another thing we need to congratulate the Ministry of Finance for allowing, understanding that the health helps build seawalls, help build canals. You know, in some cases when you deal with certain other ministries, they don't think health is so important. They don't realize that we keep the workforce healthy, therefore they're able to use the workforce to make health centers and so on and so on. So it's an integrated approach, and I'm putting a plug, thank you plug with Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh and his team for seeing that even at that level, the health center level, that funds are there and adequate. Maternal health, I mentioned that. The vaccine program I've mentioned, but I would like to come now to the mental health. Mental health is going to be very much integrated. As I pointed out when I was minister, twice I had the Minister of Health. We put it on the agenda for the first time, mental health. So we expanded the NCD, the Non-Communicable Disease Commission, to include mental health. And we've had several indications that this is the way to go, and we've been able to add that on, and training is becoming more and more popular among the young doctors. Initially, mental health and such issues were not so romantic, not so exotic, but now they're understanding, and because of the work we've done among the doctors, they're coming forward now to be specialized in mental health. That's a good thing. The NCD Commission, the Non-Communicable Diseases Commission, that's a very powerful thing where you would have not only medical people involved, but it's a commission including the private sector, and the private sector in terms of the merchants and traders and so on, and the private sector meaning hospitals. So you're having an overview of the entire economy, and you can then make your interventions prophylactically. So, Mr. Speaker, I think though I would like to, I don't want to keep you away from your nightly rest, so I think I close there and say I recommend that this budget be taken on board quickly, and because we have lost the month of January, that we start implementing it forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. The Honorable Member, Dr. Berry Ramsaran. Honorable members, this concludes our business for today. Call on the Honorable Acting Prime Minister and Attorney General Anil Nandla.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the business of the Assembly be adjourned to tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the continuation of these budget estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We now stand adjourned till tomorrow at 10 a.m.
I know.